So agriculture is no longer something meant for, those in the lower class, or, the unemployed and people living in the village. It is now something that even um, highly educated people, PhD graduates, and even consultants get involved in doing. And so there are different types of opportunities in that sector, the agricultural sector. One is in crop farming, livestock farming, poultry farming, and animal feed production. Because I'm interested in agriculture, I can tell you that it doesn't cost too much to set up, a small farm in one or two plots of land, as the case may be. And then, depending on where you set up that farm, within a year or two, you will start seeing dividend. There are various crops you can get into, but some people focus on one or two core areas that they are interested in. For instance, I'm interested in cash crops, so plantain, and other fruits that could have long-term value. But other people could focus on maize and other things that are food that are regularly used. But because there's been a high drive to get people into agriculture, there is now a shortage of feed for particularly for livestock farming, and that's an opportunity that some people are already addressing. I spoke with someone who recently started a poultry farm, and he tells me that the cost of feed has grown astronomically over the last 1 or 2 years. Not only because of the price of things in the market, the price of naira against dollar, but also because there's a lot of demand and very little supply. So there's an opportunity there. But beyond that, there's a new form of opportunity I'm seeing all across Nigeria, and it is in converting things that hitherto were regarded as wastes into money. I've seen it. Before, people litter the streets with plastic bags and cardboard paper. And all of a sudden, I see trucks of cardboard paper. Where are they going? People's job is now to pick those cardboard papers, pack them, package them, and transport them into new factories that have opened across different parts of Nigeria that process them into different things. So waste is now being transformed into wealth. How much do you need to start that? I can bet you not a lot of money. Next slide, please. We're still talking about opportunities that we can explore, and we can start with very small amount of money. Everyone here will know that we're living in a fast-moving digital age, and there are new opportunities that have arisen. I have highlighted some of them here for our benefit. Social media marketing is actually making a lot of young Nigerians a lot of money. Literally, all you need is a laptop and access to internet to learn what you need for social media marketing. Maybe gather some followers and then start making money. Vlogging is actually making a lot of people money. I see a lot of Nigerian youths are now doing skits. They actually do making money if you have the time and interest to record your daily life and sharing that on the internet, and if you're happy to do so, fantastic opportunity. How much do you need to do that? A good phone or good camera that you can invest in, maybe 100,000 or even less, and get you started. But other hidden opportunities that people don't really appreciate is freelance. Many of us who live in the UK or in the US know that there is, the cost of hiring people to do some simple jobs could be high, and so we outsource them. We go on pages like Fiverr or 99 Design to look for people who work on projects. And some of the people who do projects on these websites, these freelance websites, are in developing parts of the world, but have the knowledge and skill, and so they do it, and they do it very well. So freelance writing, stock photography is another secret gem there. Stock photography are people who take pictures of different things, plants, animals, places, and they share them on some internet, some websites, and then other people who need these things can just go search and purchase them as the case may be. As the case may be. Next slide, please. I've also highlighted some medium scale opportunity that people can get, can think about. That I recently had a chat with someone who is working in high tech, tells me about a contract with a bank to deliver bulk SMS. And the figures they quoted to me blew my mind. The figures they quoted to me to supply bulk SMS that people get, marketing text that they get to make decisions on their phone. So that's something that I think, if you have some tech knowledge, you can consider, you can get into. New opportunities are in natural juice production, making yogurt. I met someone at the airport one time. We got talking, and I realized that he recently started making yogurt in Nigeria, Greek-style yogurt production. And within a year, he's already getting investments, further investment of about 10 million naira to expand his production. This is something he said he started from his room in the last 2019, late 2018, early 2019. So that's opportunities that's quickly driving people from rags to riches, from grass to grace. We could discuss these opportunities and what they might cost. I have some figures later on, but let's proceed to the next slide. I still have in mind that we're looking at opportunities that you can start with very small amount of money. I walk around and I see opportunity in mobile food vending, right? That when you go to some, tourist places or places that people tend to stay a lot during summer, you see mobile food vendors in the UK, in Nottingham, maybe city center, when you go to the city center, when you go shopping at some places. But you don't see things like that in Nigeria. When in fact, it could be an opportunity for people to just buy a small van or even small place, dispensing different packaged food. Sometimes I also see people doing, ladies especially, and I think I'll talk about a case of someone that I know who is doing it, is crochet, handmade devices, handmade, fashion accessories. People are doing very well from it. Costs very little to start. That is right now a big thing that people like. People making very nice, sexy crochet materials for them. Now, cleaning services is rising, just like food, food markets, not food markets now, but fast food joints have grown in the last 4 or 5 years. Cleaning services is another opportunity that is growing because more and more people are trying to do other things, right? They're considering cleaning a necessary burden that they don't mind outsourcing to other people to save them time and a reasonable amount of time for affordable prices. So cleaning services is another good one, opportunity there to start alongside hairdressing spa that people have been doing for a long time. I met a young man in a village who told me that he's selling honey in a village. So there is another opportunity. Doesn't cost a lot of money to set up. You just need a few things and get a bee who will then manufacture the honey for you. All right, next slide. You might be asking by now, so where do I start? Victor makes it sound like it's easy to just pick one or two things to and just start doing. I do believe that there are challenges to entrepreneurship, but unlike a lot of people think, right? The biggest or greatest challenge to starting a business or to being an entrepreneur is not capital. It's not capital. It's actually identifying a good business idea, identifying a good business opportunity. That's the harder part. If you want to do business and you want to do what every other person is doing, it will be hard to guarantee In fact, it will be harder, I should say, to guarantee success because at the end of the day, we sort of sharing um, the crumb from whatever is left from market share that everybody distributes. But identifying a good business opportunity that makes you stand out, either by in the ways I will describe before, by making something cheaper, making it better, or identifying a new set of customer base that have not been addressed in the past. If you can do something different, if you can create a new kind of value, that makes entrepreneurship a little easier and better to guarantee success. So, good idea is the biggest challenge, if you ask me, to entrepreneurship. But then there are other challenges that we must also address. Resource constraint. Um, a survey in 2009 asked 5,000 aspiring entrepreneurs what the what they view as challenges to entrepreneurship, and they identified three key challenges. One is finance, the other is bureaucracy, and the third is finding people to work with. And so I put them in this way, and in this order, in no particular order: resource constraint, overcoming bureaucracy, and hiring talent are the three most cited challenges to starting or to being an entrepreneur. They are real challenges. The first is resource constraint. If you want to start a business and you have a great idea but you don't have money, yes, that's a problem. But then every entrepreneur has that problem, because if if I want to start a business today, maybe I'm interested in something in the medium scale. Maybe I want to set up a pharmaceutical company. I may not have the millions of naira, I mean thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds to start it. But mobilizing resources is part of the entrepreneurial process, right? Some describe it as bootstrapping. That is starting with what you have, identifying your family, friends, and maybe fools that you can get some more money from, to create or to start that opportunity or pursue that opportunity that you're interested in is part of the entrepreneurial process. Remember the definition we stated earlier, that entrepreneurship is about the pursuit of an opportunity without or beyond resources controlled, right? So overcoming that hurdle is part of it. Overcoming bureaucracy is another issue with entrepreneurship. Overcoming bureaucracy. In Nigeria, doing business is quite tough. I must acknowledge that, because whilst you're trying to set up a farm, in different parts of Nigeria, some bad headsmen can move their cows and destroy your farm. There are insecurity challenges that the sense of insecurity in Nigeria, I can tell you, is palpable. You could almost feel it on your skin if you're walking about in certain areas in Nigeria. So that's a problem. And part of this insecurity is linked to policies or other things, lack of policies or some policies that are there that support some of these issues that lead to insecurity. So those are issues there. But then there are also regulatory gaps, depending on the type of business you want to do, or regulatory burden, again, depending on the type of business you want to do, that could pose challenges to entrepreneurship. But what really makes the entrepreneur that people admire is walking through those challenges, finding ways to overcome those challenges, whether it's finding resources or in overcoming very inhibiting regulations, or maybe lack of regulations that support. It's part of the true spirit of entrepreneurship. The third is hiring talent or maybe finding people to work with. The truth is, in this game, entrepreneurship, you need people. You need people, even if you have all the money in the world, you need the right people to work with, to get a team, to put together a team, or even to find people to hire. That's really important. And more and more, it's becoming harder and harder to find the right people to high up that you can trust to deliver things. But again, those are real challenges that I must acknowledge. But ultimately, I feel that if you have a good idea and you're innovative and creative enough, you're more likely to succeed. Yes, go ahead, please. Next slide, as I begin to wrap up. So, how can you become an entrepreneur? Everything I've said about the pursuit of entrepreneurship, the pursuit of opportunity without regards to the skills or to the resource only controlled, is about creating value, right? Creating value, and by value I mean creating something that others will be interested to purchase. Let me give an example of someone who created value by doing what she loves. So a good place to start with entrepreneurship is really doing what you love, creating value from what you love. Her name is Judy Shepard. Judy Shepard started teaching dance classes to civilians in a part of United States. And then she did it in order to earn a little bit of income. But then she quickly realized that a lot of people who came for her dance classes, right, were not particularly interested in getting, being perfect in the dance moves or the accuracy of the dance moves. Instead, majority of the women who signed up to her classes just wanted to lose weight, right? And that's when she decided to move from just training people to be dancers to then creating music exercise that was now called Jexercise or Jazzercise. Yeah. So she started with what she loved and then created value on the back of what she loved that became a wonderful business opportunity. And they've gone on to, they're now in over 8,000 locations at the time I did that research. And they even have a franchise of it. So, how do you become an entrepreneur? The most important thing is creating value from the things you love. But in doing so, you need to build or to have a set of skills that you have gained, acquired over a period of time. And so that's why I put here that it's important to build diverse skill set if you want to be an entrepreneur, right? Diverse skill set. Diverse skill set to come from, while you're growing, maybe get into maybe learn a bit of engineering, learn a bit of computer science, learn a bit of, drawing, learn a bit of this, a bit of that would help you see opportunities that you can pull together. I did chemistry, my first degree at the University of Ibadan. While studying chemistry, I took courses in accounting, right? I actually started writing professional accounting exam. I wrote the ACSB, which is the professional exam for accountants, all the way to the 4th stage before I traveled out of Nigeria. And then other skills that I gained along the way was in web design, a bit of programming. I'm good at JavaScript programming, and then of course graphics design. I found these skills useful when I managed, one of my family businesses. The knowledge I gained from accounting and my technical background was incredibly useful for managing a pharmaceutical company. I found the knowledge of accounting and tech very important, and they both helped me in creating a business that I created in the UK one time, a commercial business. I sold some goods on Amazon. So having diverse skill set can help you see opportunities in a slightly different way than others will view it, right? Because of my knowledge of science from chemistry and other interests from elsewhere, I can clearly see how recycling is a big opportunity at the moment in Lagos and in Benin, right? Those are two places I know for sure that recycling is becoming a big business. People are recycling plastic, all manner of plastic, and now cardboards. It's a big business. So build diverse skill sets. That's really important to becoming an entrepreneur. But also consume content across multiple channels, right? Someone says a book can take you to places that you have not been to, and that's absolutely true. Books open your eyes, they broaden your horizon, they change your perspective. To read books about, I love biographies a lot, biographies of entrepreneurs, because they inspire you. But there are also other books that you can read that can broaden your horizon from art to science and fiction. Podcasts and journal articles are also ways for identifying opportunities that you can use. Speaking of journals, I once read that Xerox PARC in California in the United States created the mouse. They created the mouse. That's the device we use on our computer for moving cursor on the screen. But when they created that device, they didn't really know what to do with it, right? They didn't know what to do with it until came along Steve Jobs, who was trying to look for opportunities and trying to look for technologies that could help in developing a personal computer. Worked in there and then thought, oh wow, this could actually change the way we interact with computers, right? So scientists, or engineers created something, and an entrepreneur found that stuff and found a useful, a way of utilizing that technology, and that's what looking at journal articles can help you do, identifying breakthroughs that could then fit into a particular business opportunity. Within Nigeria, how is that relevant? If you know, for instance, how these cardboard papers are being recycled or where they are being taken to for recycling, then when you see someone throwing away cardboard, you'll be like, no, give me that piece of money. You don't know what it is, but I know where to send it to make some money out of it. All right. Very important, entrepreneurship begins with solving problems, right? Or, good entrepreneurship begins with solving problems in most cases. So identify a problem to solve. If you have a problem, you can bet that there are hundreds, thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that might be having similar problem that you have. I'll tell you this, I walk around Lagos, right? And I just feel like it's so difficult if you want to find a new house. It's so difficult in Lagos because you have to call agents. Some agents are dishonest. They are crooks. Without agents, you can't find a good property to live in Lagos and in many parts of the country. Why have we not created apps for searching, accommodation? Why don't we have that yet? And when I walk around different parts, I can't tell you all the ideas flying through my head, but I see lots of ideas in different parts of Nigeria as I travel. And I think it's, because, people have shared with me problems we've had, right, that I know that other people also have. The next stage from finding the problem is then finding ways to meet that problem or to solve that problem if identified. That way you create opportunity. The last one I want to highlight, which I think is incredibly important, is network. Networking is so important. People say your net worth is actually a function of your network, how broad your network is. So, who your friends are could shape how successful an entrepreneur you could be. So meet like-minded people, talk to people about their needs, talk to people about some of your ideas, not all of them, but some of your ideas. And that way it could help you identify opportunities to pursue. Next slide. I want to share two case studies with you guys. And these are people I know personally. People I know personally who started with very small amount of money. The first is Tony. Tony graduated from University of Lagos, I believe 2018. I think it was 2017 or early 2018. Studied English from University of Lagos, went for service, but quickly realized, like many graduates, unless she has some, highly connected people in power, it could be very difficult to secure a job, even in Lagos, a good paying job in Lagos. So she quickly learned how to make kosher, you know. Whilst I think from her final year in university, she tells me, and through her NYC period, she learned how to make kosher and then started making kosher. Now she's self-sufficient, right? She makes kosher and sell and people order. This is one of her work. And if you go through her social media page here, Chick by Candy, you see lots of beautiful, handmade dresses that she has made. When I speak to her about how profitable this has been, she started this with between 10 and 15,000 naira, right? So I know when she was sort of learning, trying to learn this and then asking friends to place order here and there, between 10 and 15,000 naira, she started, making kosher. And now her monthly turnover, she tells me, is a minimum of 100,000, right? Minimum of 100,000, maybe, I don't know, she didn't tell me about the profit. But even if it's 50,000 naira minimum profit she gets every month, I think she's self-sufficient and, she's doing very well for herself. And I know that, from our conversations, that the business is growing because now she's moving into selling crochet materials in wholesale to other people who want to learn and making handbags with those crochet materials and potentially shoes as well. So she's growing. Started this with 10,000 naira, now making, over 100,000 naira turnover monthly. Minimum, she says, minimum. Some months, over 150,000 naira, but, minimum 100,000 naira. I thought our story is quite, interesting because, if in Lagos, you probably get a job of 60, 70,000 naira a month and you spend more than half of that on transportation, and at the end of the month, you'll be wondering where all your money went to. So that's a small case that I think is really important to motivate and encourage anybody out there to use the skills you have, limited resources you have to pursue entrepreneurship. How is she doing her stuff? She's creating some really beautiful things and finding very innovative ways to market to new customers. Now targeting even men to make some nice accessories for men, hats, briefs, etc. So she's certainly including some innovation there to get things going for her. The other case of someone who started very small is Chica Farms. I know Chica Farms because it's my sister-in-law. They started making poultry. They started poultry business when my sister-in-law and her and my brother rear some chicken at the back of our house, and some would die. In fact, many would die. A few would survive. And they kept on doing it, and their first customers were, my parents and myself and siblings who buy chicks from them when the chicks are grown, and some eggs that we order, or that friends just order. This started around 2016 and really took off in 2019. They went from back of our house, built a temporary shelter somewhere, started growing chicks, and then all of a sudden in 2019 it blew off, right? And then you can see some statistics there that I've put there. And in 2020, turning over over 8 to 10 million naira is amazing. I think in a quarter, that's really amazing. So how much did it cost to start at the back of the house? Probably, I don't know if it's up to 5,000 naira back then in 2016 that it sort of used to start. And then when they sort of knew and understood how to, rear chicks, chicken, and how to make them survive, they moved on to other things, and it all grew and grew and grew and grew. And now it's a full-time job for my sister-in-law. Very, very, very busy and highly successful. What's my point here? What they've done is they've tested their idea, over a period of time, did some kind of experimentation, cautious experimentation, testing the water, and then gradually investing into it until it becomes successful. And that's how I think a lot of young graduates will pursue that entrepreneurship career. I know my time is far gone, um, and I want to stop here, but let me just wrap up with this. What does the future hold for graduate entrepreneurs? Sadly in Nigeria, as with many developing countries, we don't know if the jobs will come in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but we all have dreams of living a higher quality life, right? That future you dream of, invent it by taking some steps now to prepare yourself towards that lifestyle. Um, and one way of doing it is pursuing entrepreneurship, not just trading, not just buying and selling things, but thinking of ways to either do things cheaper or better, create a new set of customers for existing products, or serving existing customers in slightly different way. These are all opportunities that one can identify and start to pursue to make a living. But remember that a particular ingredient or tool for success is innovation, and that is thinking slightly differently, creating something in a slightly different way from how others are doing it that will better serve some customers. That will create the kind of value that new customers will be happy to pay for. Start small and bootstrap. Start small and bootstrap. 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. Maybe you don't have money to buy a piece of land, but you might know a few people who have acquired land that are not interested in developing it immediately, or maybe they're not available at the moment, or for whatever reason. Can you work on their land? With a small amount of money and get into agriculture. It's no longer for the poor. Agriculture is no longer for the uneducated. It's for everybody. It's really for anybody. And finally, keep moving. There'll be tough times, there'll be challenges, but remember, like I said earlier, it is not a lack of finance, resource constraint, or even the bureaucracies that's really the biggest problem. It is identifying a good opportunity that you're passionate enough about that should be the biggest concern for any entrepreneur. So if you found that opportunity that you want to pursue, keep moving through tough times.
Yeah, I think Victor is having network issues somewhere. Give him a few minutes. He should be able to sort that out and rejoin. So if you have questions, you can now start typing the questions on the chat box or drop them in the chat box. Victor will see them. Immediately he returns from what is happening now. Bear with us. These technical issues are not unexpected. If you have any questions, just type them in and we'll wait for Victor to rejoin. And immediately he comes, we will address those questions. I believe he has done a lot now. Okay, so okay, this is Tony. Just type the questions in the chat box. It's just underneath, if you can see it, under your computer, whatever you are using, device. It should be by the side, or you see three dots. Click on the three dots. It will expand to where you see the charts. Click on it, and you should be able to type a message in there. So I'm saying hello, maybe, so that you can see where that is.
Oh, hello. I'm so sorry. I think I fell off because of my internet. It's one of the problems with doing business in Nigeria. Internet issues.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're able to come back smartly.
Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, you can unmute yourself. Sorry, to say that I think I didn't monitor this very well. You can unmute yourself and ask your questions directly to save us some time instead of typing it. From wherever you are, it's allowed to please ask questions as much as you can or as many as possible within the time that we have. Okay, Tony. Tony, can we hear you, please?
Yeah, good morning, Justin, and our able presenter. Most grateful to be here. We
Yes, I think Tony is having similar issues.
That the major key challenge of starting a business is
Okay, Tony, I'm really sorry about that. But if you anticipate you are going to have similar problems, please do or similar problem. You can easily type the question, so that will be better off, I think, in a way.
okay. Are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, I was saying that your challenge we now identify is that of funding, starting entrepreneurship and any small scale business, whatever it may be. And at this presentation, I was also going to expect that when you have these challenges, we should also begin to show stability that I was not sure. So I was going to ask, should start this workshop, identify or come up with an idea? Will you guys be available to support or to be like coaches to supporting any member or even outside this that intend to go into this business? Because the hallmark of all of this is to help us to start something that be employers of labor ourselves. My question, please. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Tony. Justin, go ahead.
Go ahead, Victor.
Okay. I kind of got a part of your question. So let me paraphrase my understanding and you correct me, please. You're asking that, we've identified one of the problems, one of the challenges to entrepreneurship is a lack of or resource constraint, and whether or not if people identified solutions or maybe had business ideas they want to pursue, there will be some kind of coaching and support from GJ. That's something that Justin will probably speak to. But if I speak more about resource challenge, I think my point is that every entrepreneur has that problem. Some might have, if you want to start a business of 100,000 and you only have 10,000, you have that problem, shortfall of 90,000. But there are some people who want to start a business and they need 100 million, but they've only got 10 million. They still have challenges. And so entrepreneurs have that resource challenge. And the point I'm trying to make is that you identify an opportunity, but find ways to raise money to meet that shortfall. If you understand that entrepreneurship is really about pursuing an idea without over reliance on the resources currently controlled. So find an idea that is within your reasonable level of access to resources, either from family, friends, and potential fools. Potential fools are people who you can convince to give you money for something, and they can give you money. I can give an example of the friend, the Tony, who started the crochet business, right? When she was thinking of starting, I was one of the people that you ask, oh, can you just dash me money? I'm trying to do something with I want to learn something, and then 1,000 naira here, 2,000 naira here from people. It just felt very small to each of us, but within that circle of friends, we raised money, and then very happy with what she's doing for herself at the moment. So all entrepreneurs have that problem, but find this an opportunity that you can pursue, and then for which you can identify people who can give you resources, whether it is little from family, friends, or maybe people you can convince to part with some amount of money that can help you get started. But if you do not give up, then you get it.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, that is one way. I would like also to contribute to it that I like the history of Hewe Packard. These are two persons. One was a businessman. The other person was an engineer. And they find a way of working together. The businessman brought in the money and idea to market the product. The engineer went down to work and was able to manufacture. The point I'm making is that in Nigeria, mostly in Africa, everybody wants to be me. I'm the owner of that. I think the world is closing in that people have to collaborate. So we may have different talents, each of us here, even here, having different ideas of doing things. But if you put our resources, identify people of common resources together, for instance, if you have a business of 100,000 and we are two of us that are going to that business, you find that the burden for each of us to raise 50,000 is lesser than one person going for 100,000. So my contribution here would be that we should always find a way to expand, bring people together, more like a partnership kind of thing. You always find people you can work with, your schoolmates, your community people where you live. It helps to reduce that pressure of funding.
That's a
have a relation that will be interested in that. So let me submit here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. That's a very good one.
Thank you so much, Tony. It's a very important point you have raised just right about there, and how to raise money. So it's not going to be, Victor identified a few problems in his presentation, and these problems are going to be there even after you've succeeded. You become the Amazons of this world. You somehow that other people that will come will still face that problem. So entrepreneurship is about overcoming challenges. And Victor, thank you for doing justice to this and making presentation. It started from the unemployment rate and giving us a background of how it is now in the country, the underemployment issue, which is also sometimes overlooked. And you mentioned the opportunities, and you drew from agriculture sustainability. And in this workshop tomorrow, I think there is someone that will be looking at sustainability as a way of creating opportunities, and that will come from green jobs. So if you look at our schedule, you might find that there. And you went over to talk about media and IT opportunities, blogging and collecting. Talk about stock photography, content creation, and a whole lot of that. And just to add that, I had this a very small in-law that was doing this content creation on a website called Fiverr up until I think this year, still doing that. And I remember how many times we have to, because he was using a dollar account and what do you call it? He was using PayPal. So, and they pay the thing into his PayPal, and then they will give us a password. We'll collect the money and send to him in Nigeria. And I was sending him money that when I was working, even as a road safety officer, the money was set up to that. Sometimes you get up to 150 US dollars, sometimes 200, sometimes 300. And this was his regular income coming, and nobody could earn at his level earn that kind of money. He was creating content and writing, and he was not doing it alone. He was doing it together with other guys. So they will share the job. This one will write a particular section, they put it together and submit. It was a legitimate way, earning plenty of money. I told my other friend that, look, you graduated from the university, you're looking for what to do. I gave him a crazy idea. I said, just start going to the villages and collect old artifacts and put them in one place. You want to start a museum, just use your father's house and collect old artifacts, those ones that that termites are eating. Collect them, put them in one place, and I will help you with a website. You can start a museum from there. You can start something very fantastic. So some of these ideas and things that you don't need plenty of money to do. And just to end with these points, a friend of mine was disturbing that he needs money to start a business. He needs money to start every morning. I think that was a good morning he would say to me. And one day I asked him, okay, now tell me this the idea of your business so that I'll see what I can support you. And the first thing he said, he wants to go into car importation. This is somebody that the closest he has been to a car is learning how to drive someone else's car. You want to go into cool. What I'm trying to say is that he has zero background knowledge about importation. All he needed to do was conceive was he will get these cars from the US to Nigeria and then sell them and make profit. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. You have to start from something very realistic, and it will help you to go. So what we are trying to support people is that, as Tony said, get a few people together. If you cannot raise 500,000, get 5 knowledgeable and cool-headed guys together. And if you can raise 100,000, 150,000, put that together and you start a business, and that will take us a long way. So Victor said categorically that the biggest challenge of starting a business is not capital, it's identifying a good opportunity. And to me, I said also that it's identifying a good problem you can solve. And once you can solve that problem and get paid, you are good to go. So it's as simple as that. And once again, thank you so much, Victor, for facilitating this section of the workshop. So we want to maybe we have 7 minutes into the next time, but I think the next presentation might not take too much. So can we take 5 minutes of break? 5 minutes just to cool, and then when we come back, we'll be looking at another very interesting presentation on e-commerce. What are the opportunities around e-commerce? Though Victor mentioned some that are already, but this guy will look at Peter. Will look at e-commerce in much deeper way, and how we can actually invest or see e-commerce as startup opportunities or opportunities that are around it. So let's take 5 minutes. When we come back, this is 12:08. If you add 5 minutes to it, we'll be coming out at 13. So at 13, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just go take a glass of water and I'll be back. Thank you so much, guys, and I really appreciate your time. And thank you, Victor. So you can stay with us. Question will still come. Some people will remember that, I think I would have asked Victor this one. And also, if there's any contribution you still make from e-commerce, that will be really helpful, Victor. Thank you. Just that we cannot hear you,
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I'll see you guys in this.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you for staying behind. Back again. It's 12:13 now. 13 minutes past 12. And Peter, are you there? Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Good morning, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I remember there are two Peters here. So Peter, yeah, Peter is our next presenter. Peter, I'm seeing Peter.
Oniga.
Yes, Peter Oniga. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Just try. I'm not sure if you are able to share your screen, or you can share your presentation from there.
No, I can't. I can't. But from what you have, okay. I think you can let us have it, and then we'll run through it. I'll do the discussion from here.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get that set now. Let me set it up.
Now that the lecture want to start. Come and see me. They don't connect. They don't connect me. That is what I want to teach them. They don't connect me from UK.
Peter, are you ready? Peter, can you see
this? Yeah, I can see the screen.
Okay.
I don't know very. I have something to just support it from the background.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, we are together, right?
Yes, I can make it bigger in a way, so I can. I'll be scrolling down.
Okay. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you loud and clear.
It's all right. That is good.
Okay.
Yeah. Good day, everybody. Good day.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Peter. Before you start, I just want to say to everyone that we got Peter very late to put this presentation. I think day before yesterday. So that is why is here, because we got someone who was supposed to. We are going to scrap e-commerce from it until Peter volunteered that he's going to take it. So bear with us that his presentation is in this format. He's from Department of Banking and Finance at University of Calabar. He's a chartered accountant himself. So he's a stockbroker, as you can see, an accountant and a business consultant, financial analyst, and CEO of Peter Oniga Consulting, with over 12 years of academic and practitioners' experience in financial, banking, accounting, and educational real sectors. So Victor, we're looking at e-commerce opportunities and the roadmaps, and to make it very realistic to how we can invest possibly or in e-commerce and these little opportunities. So I will not do too much of introduction because of the time we didn't have, but Peter will do that. He knows about how he can communicate more and sell himself and the experiences to us and the background to what he is going to present. So I'll hereby hand over this time to Peter, please. Peter.
Yeah, good day once again, Doc. Thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to be in the house. Just like you have said, my involvement to be part of this team just came in, but I still want to thank God for being part of it at the end of it. Or I want to say by this lecture, I'm believing that everything to learn in addition to what we have known before now. I think I've listened to Victor. I've learned one or two things from him. He is based in Nigeria. I'm equally in Nigeria, and I've learned one or two things from him. And I believe that from my too, other persons who need to pick one or two things in addition to what they have known already. The lecture material might not be too detailed as a result of the limitedness nature of time. Time was not really enough for us to get into details. And so we will have to look at it the way it is. First, let me talk about briefly on myself. Peter Oniga is a lecturer, Banking and Finance Department, University of Calabar. And by the special grace of God, I've before returning back to the classroom, I've had experience as a teacher in secondary school. I've worked with the bank, served as a marketing officer, and then I've worked as a credit officer as well. And then back to the academic environment. Peter is serving as a lecturer, a researcher, and then a stockbroker, an accountant, a qualified accountant, a business consultant, a financial analyst, and then, by God's grace, a manager of a consulting firm. Peter has had over 12 years of experience working in different environments. And so my lecture will be a combination of all the different places I've gone to gather experiences. So that is how it's going to come to us. The topic, once again, is e-commerce, opportunity, and the roadmap. I think you can hear me clearly, everybody.
Yes, I can hear you from here.
Okay, good. So now let's quickly look at the picture there. You see, if you have the screen, you see where people are seated and then doing a transaction, you know. Yeah, before now, we used to define a market to be like a physical place to some persons, but market has moved from physical environment to the online thing. And that is why we can see these gentlemen and gentlewomen seated here, transacting business, doing commercial business, doing business. You know, we have seen that picture. Then if we run down to the introduction, move down to the introduction, the outline. In the outline, the research paper has been divided into different units. We have our introduction, we have our definition of term, which is e-commerce. We want to look at the opportunities of e-commerce and its triggers. We want to look at the benefit of e-commerce. We will look equally at the risks of e-commerce, associated risks that comes with e-commerce. We look at e-commerce trade. We look at e-commerce building challenges. Then we look at the roadmaps to setting strong path to e-commerce. We equally need to look at the relationship between e-commerce, business, and business plan, and then questions that are frequently asked, and then we'll conclude. Then on our introduction, like I just pointed out, I said if you look at the future of e-commerce, is as bright as anything we need to talk about. You know, within our vicinity, where I'm cooking up from, you know, business in the physical had been reduced, and then you don't see people running from north to south, east and west like it used to be before now. Most business are done online, and then because they are done online, it has brought a whole lot of benefit, and so that is why what has propelled us to look at this topic. And then, but I want to tell us that it comes with challenges. It has challenges. You know, it's not just there for you to explore. You explore with challenges. You have the challenges one side, you have the benefit one side, and then you have to do a trade-off between. And so that is the introduction we need to do on this. And then we have a Van 2011 who noted that e-commerce has transformed the way and the manner business organization is being carried out today. You know, like I've said, what used to be there is different from what we have today. That will usher us to the concept of e-commerce. Then what is e-commerce? You know, it will be unfair if we just get into definition of e-commerce without defining what is commerce. Commerce simply is trade and aid to trade. Trade, which is buying and selling of goods and services, and then aid to trade. We are looking at those activities that facilitate trade. You know, when you are looking at commerce, we are looking at buying and selling of goods and services and other activities. You know, you have to talk about activities like transportation. You have to talk about transportation, which is movement of goods from one place to another. You have to talk of activities like insurance, you know, taking protective measures so that a particular business will not get drowned. You know, these are all commercial activity which can be done online today. You have a risk bearing, you have a banking and finance as part of a business that can be carried out online. You have a advertising, creating of awareness, creating of publicity, you know, can be carried out online. You have warehousing services, can be carried out online. You know, these are all the services that are part of commerce. So commerce, by definition, has two major elements. Commerce has trade by one side, and the other side, it has aid to trade. So trade is the buying and selling, like I've said. Then aid to trade are other activities that facilitate trade. So we have all of them. And then by the other side, we have e-commerce, which is trade, which is buying and selling, and other activities that facilitate trade being carried out online, being carried out with electronic. So e-commerce is simply electronic commerce. E-commerce is simply electronic commerce. So the E there is for electronic. Any kind of business activity or commercial activity that can be carried out or that is carried out, being carried out by the use of electronic or through electronic means is known as e-commerce. Now we move to the concept of the next issue, which is the opportunities of e-commerce and what triggers them. Like I've mentioned, I said e-commerce, globally, e-commerce industry has seen tremendous growth in terms of value and volume. You know, the war all around, the level of activity online being carried out online has escalated. You know, if you look at it as compared to what used to be, like if you are looking at Nigeria, where most people can converge in a particular place to buy and to sell. But this time you still have those kind of things for few goods. And then there are goods and services that you have them doing very well online. So you don't actually need people physically in a particular place, especially with what the world just experienced, the COVID-19, which the world just experienced, and the effect is fully not gone. You know, it has pushed people, it has compelled people to think beyond the physical arena by doing business online. So the opportunities are abound. You know, time, like I've said, may not permit us. If you go online, every aspect of business is being carried out online. Every aspect. I mentioned banking. Let me start from the buying and selling. You know, you need a particular thing, go online now, just few minutes. That thing is at your beck and call. Once you're able to pay, it will get to you. That is e-commerce. You know, it is a topic that has been part of all. It's a topic that we cannot do without at this point. You know, if you are thinking about business, and then you are not thinking about going with it online, you are not thinking about going with it through working with it electronically, then it means you are not in business. It means the world has left you behind. So this is more or less like a call that everybody should come on board. Everybody should come online. You know, the benefits are so enormous. The benefits are so many. We cannot really mention them to the end. with the limited time we have, every business is done online. Every business. I mentioned banking business. Loans are being distributed. Just a few days ago, I have a chat with somebody who engaged me and was asking me to apply for a loan somewhere. I don't know where the fiscal office is situated, but that call came, that discussion was done, but I declined because at that point there was no urgent need for money. And then that was for banking and finance services, and then transport service too. Where I am in Nigeria, you can easily place a call, just go online and then you book for transport service and it will come. Within a few minutes, you book. There are different platforms where that can be done. So transport is being done online. You are talking about warehousing service, where to keep goods and this or that. Everything is done online. And today, and so can we move to the next line? So the opportunities are abound. I said every aspect of our business is done online. Every aspect. There is no aspect that is left out. Buying, selling. And then what are the benefits? The benefit, we have so many people in literature that have talked about the benefit of e-commerce. For the sake of time, I might not go through it in detail to mention their name. You all have it there. But I want to say e-commerce connects the various global markets together within the fastest possible time. So with e-commerce now, I can buy from somebody who is in the US. What has made this lecture possible is e-commerce. I want to say this discussion, Peter is speaking from Nigeria. Peter is right now in Nigeria, but I'm able to reach out to us across the world because of e-commerce. Service is being rendered. Knowledge is being exchanged. Is a function of e-commerce. So e-commerce has brought the whole world into a small place. E-commerce offers sellers the opportunity to access what to sell, where to sell anywhere. I am here, but I can sell to any part of the world just with electronic means. And then it can equally offer the buyers the opportunity to buy from anywhere in the world. That is what e-commerce has done. E-commerce removed the physical impediment. You don't need to say you are moving from this place to the other place to be able to buy. Once you are able to access that person, or you are able to reach out to you in UK, I can sell an idea to you. I can write a paper and the paper will be published. Once the paper is published, you can access it from anywhere you are in the world. You don't need to come to Nigeria because you have need for my publication, but you can be where you are, access my publication, and then it will guide you as part of what you are doing, or it will serve as reference point, or it will act as a support to what you are doing. That is what e-commerce has done. Then I said it has saved us time. The physical time, the time would have wasted moving from one place to another. With e-buyer, the buyer now has become an electronic buyer. The seller has become an electronic seller. You can interface with yourself anywhere in the world, and then business transaction is done. It facilitates commencement of business with e-commerce. You have no reason. I love what Victor did. He has taken time. He has mentioned various business opportunities. You can sit on it. You start looking for business opportunity, running from one place to another. Or there are people who feel that the only way they can earn their living is by sitting on government. But I want to tell us, globally, globally, those who are counted as the rich are those who are into business, are those who have taken, who has picked the opportunity within their environment, who have looked at the opportunity and have not undermined those opportunities. They are the ones that the world is looking for today. The world is not celebrating people who want to become servant or civil servant, but the world is looking for those who create platform for others to work, So all this can be achieved. The benefit of e-commerce cannot be overemphasized. Now let's look at the risks that are associated with e-commerce. E-commerce has different risks. Next slide, please. Let's look at the risks associated with e-commerce. E-commerce has different risks. There are different risks in business, and those risks are even multiplied in the case of electronic. It is a bit reduced in the physical sense when you meet the person one-on-one, but it's multiplied in the electronic form because you are physically separated. The buyer is physically separated from the seller, where the buyer cannot access the seller physically. Risk is multiplied. And so the risk, one of those risks we need to look at is risk of competition. Risk of competition. The business, there's no secrecy in business. What I would have done hiddenly, is exposed. My competitor cannot see what I'm doing. I cannot see what my competitor is doing. And then it has a risk component. Another thing is risk of asset. It's just like you are somewhere where you cannot easily access network. You cannot easily access network. You find it very difficult to buy using electronic means. And then sometimes in the course of buying, you want to make payment. You cannot easily make payment because of access, lack of access. These ones are challenge. And then two, you want to sell. If you are where you cannot easily access network, you cannot easily sell, or you equally want to create a store for those goods, you cannot easily create in places where you don't have access. I've talked about network, and then internet service is needed. Internet service is key for online service, for electronic business. You equally have a financial risk. Financial risks of different forms. There are different forms of financial risks. They are all involved in electronic commerce. In the process of buying, you are making payment. Mind you, the payment is being done possibly, or the potential buyer is somebody you don't know. The potential seller is somebody you don't know physically, but somebody you have met online or somebody you have known online. And so sometimes you have fraudsters, you have people who want to take advantage of the lack of physical contact. People who want to undo the market, people who want to destroy the belief, the confidence of the people. And so you are always careful. So financial risk is one of those challenges. You have risks of non-delivery. Sometimes when you buy a particular thing, you have made payment and you say, please, I want this thing in 7 days, and then you wait till that 7 days, that thing cannot be delivered. Sometimes they come and tell you failure as a result of this, as a result of that. These are all risks that we have to consider in doing e-commerce. And then on the side of the buyer, the e-buyer, you must consider the risks that are involved. The e-seller, you must consider the risk. You look at the cyber risk, like a cyber threat. Sometimes you have competitors that could divide, that could go beyond ethical level, and then use other means to even do things that are unethical, that are unprofessional. You have trade, you have people confrontation. These are all the things that you see online. Then you have a security issue. Sometimes security may not be 100% guaranteed, and then the people are skeptical. People are afraid. People are careful. Where to buy from, and then where to sell to. These are all the things. And the high expectation and test. E-commerce has broadened the expectation and the test of people. It has widened the test. It has widened the expectation of people. Your goods has to be of extra standard for it to be able to sell online. You have wide competitors. You have competitors within the physical environment. You have competitors in the global environment that is beyond the point you are. So you have to package your product. You have to package your service in a way that can compete favorable way. You have fraud too. Fraud, like we have mentioned. Fraud, people who want to take advantage of the system and then for their own selfish gain. And then general issue. Can we look at the next slide, which is e-commerce, risk, fraud, trade management. Now we have mentioned the different risks, we have mentioned the fraud, the trade that are involved. And then if you look at Anura Da 2016, he said the companies in many industries, sugar industries and others, have started spending more online on online marketing. You know, companies are spending money. They are doing all this as a way of safeguarding the online market. In Nigeria, India, and other parts of the world, customers, especially the young people, expect a lot of clarity and safety. You know, it has to be clear. The market they are buying from has to be clear. For them to buy, they must be every confidence in the seller. You know, you have to package your store in such a way that will leave no doubt those who are buying from you, and then those who are buying too. You must buy in a way that will leave no doubt, so that the delivery can be done on time, especially if the goods are not paid before delivery. You know, that confidence has to be established before that is done. And so I've concluded on that the different risks can be mitigated. The different risks we talk about can be eliminated. We have different risk management methods. You know, you can decide to evaluate them. Once those risks are evaluated, you take measures to reduce them. If you cannot totally eliminate them, you have different risk methods. You can choose to retain the risk. You can choose to retain. You may choose to transfer the risk, take a policy with an insurance firm on a way to transfer the risk. You could take other risk management techniques or approaches. And then, what then are the challenges of building an e-commerce? The specific challenge. Now you have decided that you want to build e-commerce. What then are your specific challenge? Now, can we look at the challenges, the specific challenges? Now you want to take your business online. You want to move from the physical scene to the online market. The online market is an extension of the physical market. Now you need to decide what to sell. Your first challenge will be the process of choosing what to sell. What do I sell online? What do I need to sell online? It has to be resolved by you. You have to decide. You know, in the course of it, before conclusion, we'll look at factors that should guide us on what to sell online. You evaluate your idea. Once you have a product idea in mind, how to know if it will sell is another thing. You know, you have idea of what to do. The next thing you need to consider is, would this idea sell? What I have to sell, I have idea to produce you. Will it sell? Will I have the targeted audience? Will I have the needed market? Who are my target audience? You know, you have to evaluate the idea. You know, obtaining your product. The product equally has to be obtained. You know, when you have done your evaluation, the product has to be physically obtained. You obtain your product. It's after landing on a strong product idea, your next point is figuring out where and how you are going to obtain your product. You know, the product may not be physically available. Just like Victor just told us, product may not be available. You could decide to midwife, just fill gap, and then you are making money. You fill gap and you are making money. You know, sometimes I feel concerned when people feel that they don't have what to do. The day you identify a need, the very day you identify a need, or show me a man that has identified a need, I will show you somebody who will not be idle. I will show you somebody who will not be lacking in terms of income generation because of need identification. So you decide where to get the product. Either you are responsible for the product, either you are responsible for the service yourself, or you midwife. You are not the producer. You are not the service provider, but you can midwife, and in the process, you have you have an income for yourself. And then you do research on your competitors, what you intend to do. Who are those that are doing it? You need to find out. You have to do a plan. We need to talk on plan later. So I just stop this at that point because we need to talk about it. We have plan and electronic commerce as one of the topics we need to look at. Then the name of your business, what will be the name of your business? You know, you have to differentiate your own name from other names. It must not be like others. And then the name has to be positive. The name has to send good signals to the market. You know, it has to be a name that will give confidence to the market. You know, you have to create logo. What will your logo look like? Your logo must be attractive. Your logo must be meaningful. It must be subjective. You know, messing your logo, it has to give people an idea of what kind of product you have to say. Then understanding, you have to understanding search engine optimization. You are almost ready to begin building your e-commerce business. The next thing you need to look at is, before jumping in, you should understand the basis of your search engine optimization so you can properly structure your site. How do you structure your site? You know, you have to do a proper site. If you look at pages for Googles and other, you know, they have the Googles can assist you. You have other platforms to do search, and then your own e-commerce too should be accessible. Yours should be accessible. Yours should be accessible. Make it where people can easily access it so that your product will not be hidden. You know, then you build your store with a better understanding of your search engine. It is time to build your own store. How do you create your store? With your product. Your store will be your market online. Your store will be your service online. You create a visual image of your market online. That is your store. The product has to be displayed. An area of the product has to be displayed online, and it has to be like that. Then you choose your selling channel. Even online, you have decided to go online. Then within online, there are different channels you need to look at. What will be your right mix of channel? You need to look at that. Or different combination of channels. What do you combine? Which channel do you pick? Which other one do you combine with it? And all that. You consider cost too, and other factors. And then preparing to launch out. Once everything is set, the challenge of preparing to launch out is another thing. You know, you have to prepare yourself. You don't just jump into the market. You have to be prepared. Then after launching yourself out, you are in the market. The next thing you need to look at is what happened while you're in the market. What happened? You are in the market. What happened? Post-launch period. There are challenges too that will come. You have to put in place strategies on how to manage them. Then you marketing, creating awareness has to be a continuous thing. You know, that you are online, that you are in electronic means, it does not make the business at its ending point. It does not take the business to the ending point. So that regular awareness has to be created. And then I've talked about other issues, driving traffic. The challenge of driving traffic, you have to be faced with the challenge of driving traffic. You know, you need audience, you need a reasonable number of persons on your page, on your market to be able to make high sale. And then you look at that. Then specifically, what are the roadmap to setting a strong path? What are the roadmap to setting a strong path to continue in success in e-commerce? You know, I mentioned that e-commerce platform has to be created. You create an e-commerce platform, and then this one is just then digitalizing your brand. Take your brand online, and then you look at logistics. Online stores need to adequately serve the purpose. Your store must serve the purpose for which it exists. You don't just create store. That store online must be a complete market that you'll be able to reach people. You know, people should not get to your store and leave your store. Like people will not go to the physical marketplace without buying. Your store must be comprehensive enough online. And then running your website, your website has to be running. It has to be active. You know, your business can be online, but if your website is not running, then it means your business is not seen. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, I'm here. Everyone is
Yeah.
following you.
Yeah. So your business has to be seen. You have to be active. You know, it's not just enough for you to be online. You must be seen. And then it involves cost. It involves some decision as well. Then periodically you have to analyze. You do analysis of your progress in the online market. It's just like the physical analysis. Periodically, you need to carry out an understanding of what you have done, evaluate yourself, and then it will help you to take corrective measures. Then map out your future success as well. And then you equally need to make potential customer aware of offerings. Those who are not even within your target area, you think of how you can grow your space. Think of how you can widen your customer base. You know, social media has equally helped us. And then I want to use the opportunity of this presentation to call as many that have been wasting just their time on social media to make it a business opportunity. You know, you have a whole lot to do with social media. You don't just have to go to social media to chat. You don't just have to go to social media to make friends. You know, you convert the friendship to traffic. And once you convert it to traffic, you are able to convert it to money. You know, you convert it to money. It will add value to you. It will add value to your work. So you have to do that. Let those who are your friends on social media know what you do. Know your online business. You should be able to communicate your online business at every point in time. You don't need to have a store. You know, you must not be like you must not be like a solo store. You must not be like a Reverie. You must not be like a L.A. Araku and others to be able to, like Boro and other stores, to be able to, at your level, you can start. At your level, just with your Facebook account, you can start. With your Twitter account, you can start. With your other social media platform, you can start. You know, when we talk about the physical market, you cannot gather all the buyers together before you buy. You cannot gather all the sellers together before you sell. It's applicable online. You can create your own market and then start from where you are. And then let's look at e-commerce and then business plan. Very important. I've decided to look at this as a subtopic because, you know, when you hear about e-commerce and then somebody will say, let me just get into buying and selling online. A whole lot of things are involved. That is why I've looked at the plan. I say plan must be an integral part of e-commerce. You must plan. You know, if you don't plan, you are planning to fail. You have to plan. Planning means deciding in advance what to do, how to do it, when to do it, where to do it, how to do it. You know, everything has to be agreed. That is planning. And then when you plan well, you know, you'll be able to see the future. The planning will take you to the future. And then the future we're talking about here is the business success. So you need deep understanding of the business. In planning, you can't plan except you have understanding. Online, you can as well read for other guides. They are available anywhere in the world. You can access knowledge. You can access things that could guide you too, in addition to the few I've mentioned here for the sake of the limited time. Now, I said identify the resources needed. As part of your planning, you have to identify the resources. What resources do you need? You have to articulate them from the beginning of it. You have to articulate it. You don't just go online or use the available money to go and occupy a store, buy a store or buy a space in a particular website and then where you cannot say no. You need to think of how much it will take you to get online, then what you need, continual cost on the store you have created, the cost you need, the cost of product. Assuming the product you are selling, you are responsible for the production. You need to think of the product, because it is not enough for you to have the physical, the visual market or the online market, and then you don't have goods to sell. You know, customers will be embarrassed. Potential customers will be embarrassed at you. Immediately they cannot get what they ask for. They are disappointed. So I've talked about the financial resources. The financial resources, how much money you need, the physical resources, the material resources, and then the human resources as well. You need individual, you need person to be able to monitor what happens online, get feedback to your firm, to your company, and then respond to mails, respond to trading orders. You need capable hands. You need people that will be able to do all this. Those are the part of what we should do under the planning. Then build a roadmap for the future. You know, it's not enough for you to just decide what to do today. Every business is assumed to have the face of the future until seen otherwise. So the business is supposed to exist for an unending time. It's supposed to see the face of the future. So you plan the future. You don't walk into the future without planning. Set out a clear roadmap, like I've mentioned. The summary of the roadmap too, we need to look at it at the end of this presentation. And then evaluate what your competitors are doing. You don't operate in isolation. You operate in the midst of other competitors. So operate with the understanding that they are equally in business, and then with possibly the plan to undo you, to take you out of market. So you operate with that mindset, and then you'll be able to live up the expectation. Then spot your opportunity. While you are online, while you are doing it, you are online, you are visual, you can spot opportunity. You can go for more opportunity and then take advantage of them. I mentioned social media, I mentioned Facebook, I mentioned YouTube, I mentioned Instagram, I mentioned others. You know them, pumped up to all the social media platforms we know about. Take advantage of those platforms. Then look around for opportunity. You know, sell to people, buy from people as well. And then we are looking at the 10th section, which is question people normally ask. Let's just run through this question, and then you look at the brief answer that have been provided. I said, how do I build an e-commerce? I said, you research. You have to make finding. Research what product you want to sell, and then can it be sold? You need to find out. Once you do that, you'll be able to build an e-commerce. You register your business in Nigeria. Every business, every legal business must be registered with Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC. You know, it must be registered. You can register under a business name. You can register it as a limited liability company. You can register it in other forms. You know, so each business must be duly registered and then recognized. Though the business is visual, though the business is online, though the business is in electronic form, but it must have a physical visibility within the country. You don't just operate in the space. Your business must be rooted. Register and then comply with the legal requirement of the land where the business is. And then I've talked about creating website, then load your product into the website, launch it, and then start marketing the business. The next thing is e-commerce profitable? Yeah, e-commerce is very profitable. Supposed to be question sign here. E-commerce is profitable, highly profitable. Why? Because the cost of shop, the cost of shop is not paid for. You know, that is the number one advantage. Instead of going to rent houses, rent shop to pay very high prices, online you can easily sell from your house where you are. The cost is reduced, cost is minimized. You don't pay for shop, you only have cost of the data, cost of the online thing, another cost of online shop, another. Then you can always manage that. It's highly profitable. And then the next thing we need to look at there is it hard or difficult to start an e-commerce business? No, it is not difficult. You can start it like I've said, the Facebook. You must not gather everybody. In the Facebook, you can start e-commerce. Please, this is what I said. That is e-commerce. You are chatting with somebody and said, you have not asked me for a particular thing. That is e-commerce. Make your business idea known to people. You know, I guide people, like I've mentioned there, I guide people, I do business proposal for people, I do business plan for people. You know, these are all the things I do. Apart from the teaching work, you know, I guide people on research. I guide people on data collection. I guide people on data analysis, data treatment, data massaging. You know, these are all the things. And then it will be an error that we are friends on any of these social platforms and you cannot know what I'm doing. It's not needed. You know, you have to know what I do. You have to talk to people. They must be referral. Even if you don't need my service, you can tell people about what I do. Are we together? Are we getting the message?
I can hear you from here clearly. Yeah, we are. Yeah.
We are together, sir. Fire on.
It's okay. Then the next thing again you need to look at is
enjoy deals every day on
Sorry, Peter, you can unmute. Peter. Is Peter there? You can unmute yourself. I'm just getting some other people muted so that they don't interfere with your presentation. Hi, Peter. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you. Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead and summarize it. It's 1 hour now.
I'm finishing. Yeah. Now I said that there are different types of e-commerce. You can decide to use business to customer, which is a B2B. You can use business to business. B2B is business to business. Then B2C, which is a business to customer, and then customers to customer. 4 major components. Then how much does it cost to set up an e-commerce? You know, I've just raised an estimated value of, say, you can use possibly $100, you can use $50, you can use even the Facebook account, like I talked about, you are on Facebook, you don't need even $10 to be able to do that. But you can set it up, and then I've talked about $50, depending on the level you want to do, you know, the level of store you want to set up. And then I said there are different platforms. I mentioned so many platforms. I mentioned Solo. I mentioned others. You can just Google that. There are different e-commerce platforms online. And then other thing. Then let me get us to the last point of it. I conclude. Then the conclusion is it. I said e-commerce we should all tap into. Electronic commerce, that is trading online, that is doing business online, has different opportunities that all of us should tap into. And among those opportunities, we need to talk about is part of what Victor has mentioned: professional blogging, content writing or content development, online agency services, managing social media profile, selling pictures online, selling financial products online, online teaching. Teach online. Of recent, I just paid somebody 15,000 who was relating with me online, and then we keep doing all these things online, and then you can easily do any of those things, and then you get paid. And then, as I conclude, I say the summary of it is this: the roadmap is look at the latest product, the trending product, research other e-commerce businesses, look at it online, go online, search item through online. buy through online, build an online store, promote free marketing channel, then provide great customer services in the course of the business. Focus on conversion optimization. Focus on how you can bring in those who just come to your work, bring them into doing business with you, and then update your inventory frequently. Keep changing it. And then while doing all these things, the business will be running, and then the e-business will be profitable. Thank you for the attention. Thank you for having you.
All right. So thank you so much, Peter, for this a wonderful presentation from you. I must say that I am highly, highly impressed. I'm happy that within a short time of contacting you with this, you're able to put this together, and not just putting it together properly in a way that it passes the message that is required to delegates and attendees in this very workshop. I am really, really grateful. And I want to say again, thank you for this presentation. You started from looking at commerce and reminding me of my business studies class when we define commerce as trade and edge to trade. Yes. That was a long time ago. I've not heard that for some time.
It does not change. The definition is still fixed till tomorrow.
Okay, fine. And you put together the issue of commerce, edge and edge to trade, and when that happens online, it becomes an e-commerce, which makes it the explanation really straightforward and understandable to anybody who will want to. So thank you. And of course, you mentioned that there are triggers for e-commerce. In business strategy, we used to talk about a demand pull or push in a way. So the COVID phenomenon is a very good example to cite when we look at the triggers for e-commerce. So thank you for bringing that up as well. They say that any business that has failed to move online is going to be left behind, and that is absolutely correct. Absolutely. If I give an example to that, for people who are familiar with the UK environment, there is a supermarket, I should say, called Asda. Is it Asda? Asda was among the last to start doing online and home delivery, online shopping and home delivery. So other companies, other competitors like Tesco's, others like Waitrose move quickly into this e-commerce system, taking advantage of online orders and online home delivery, and they're able to maximize profit and move really quickly in the environment to achieve their competitive advantage. So it is quite good that once you start thinking about any business, give it an or an electronic thought to see how you'll be able to stay in the market. You mentioned the benefits of the risks, of course, the risks that you need to also weigh into, especially when you look at today's issue of cybersecurity all over. So that is really important to do. And of course, you said that we should plan. Planning is very important. Planning, deciding what you define it as deciding what you want to do in advance. That is very important. How you want to do it, why you want to do it, when you want to do it, are things you mentioned, and I really, really relate with those ones. So quickly, any questions, please? You can unmute yourself and ask before we get into the next presentation. Any question, comments from anybody will be welcome, please. So if there is no question coming up, I've also, let me quickly check the chat box to see if there is anything left on it.
It's okay. I think everybody is in e-commerce. Everybody.
I think, of course, yeah, if it is clear enough.
The lecture we are doing here is e-commerce, so nobody is left out. This lecture is facilitated by e-commerce. This is
I agree with you.
Service.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally on that. So thank you for broadening our understanding of e-commerce and how it works. Yes. So, request, can we take 5 minutes, or we should just continue and then we take it next or after this one? Yeah, let's take 2 minutes so that we'll come at 1:10. Just move around, shake your body, and sit back in the next 2 minutes. Take water if it is possible. Take juice and check out that you are really mentally sound to proceed. Okay. Okay. So fine. Whether you are able to share the screen from there directly.
Yeah, I'm able to share.
All right. I am back now. Once again, thank you, Peter, for that. The next facilitator for the workshop, this.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Your voice also was very loud, and everybody could hear you. I wish I have
It's
that kind
okay.
of I have that kind of voice.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
So well done.
Yeah.
Hang around in case we have any questions. We still want to.
No, no problem. You can always direct the question.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Anthony said that put a message in a WhatsApp group that this. I think the message has been there for a long time, Anthony. People want to join, they want to. So let's move over to the next and the third presentation, Opportunities in the Emerging Economies by Dr. Ugbede Umaru. I will give you a brief background before he will say what he wants to say himself. That Ugbede is a senior lecturer in the Department of Management. He is a module leader for the postgraduate MSc Global Business and Management dual placement module. He also leads the undergraduate International Business Environment module. He teaches international business and supervises undergraduate final year students' business research projects. He has embarked on a number of placement visits on behalf of the university to several big businesses in the UK, which serve as a link between the university and the industry. Such businesses include, I'll mention a few examples, Rolls-Royce, Verizon, Liverpool Football Club, and so many others. Ubede is an experienced and seasoned teacher using business models, concepts, and theories to teach students. He is a member of several research groups, and including International Business Strategy and Decision Research Group in China and Africa research groups. He participates in several international conferences, including the Academy of International Business, European Academy of Management, and British Academy of Management as well. He began his career as a business development consultant for international firms that take new market opportunities in foreign markets before he commenced his PhD research. His research focuses on organizational management and firms' responses to institutional complexity. He draws attention to the institutional complexities within the emerging markets, in particular Africa, and specifically the strategies firms adapt to survive and expand within the host country. That is internationalization now. His doctoral thesis is titled The Institutional Factors of Influencing the Internationalization of Emerging Markets Telecommunication Firms in Nigeria. So with this background, I have no doubts, as you might want to as well, that Ubede will do justice to this topic about opportunities in emerging economies. So thank you so much, Ubede, for joining, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Justin, for that introduction. I was wondering, who is Justin talking about? I was kind of confused. Thank you so much for inviting me to talk here today. I'm going to be speaking on opportunities in emerging economies. Identifying opportunities in foreign markets and expanding to other new market frontiers is particularly interesting for not only multinationals, but other small, medium companies or firms. International expansion is not easy, but diversifying into other markets offers huge potential. But the fact that you are a small business owner or an entrepreneur shouldn't stop you from taking opportunities globally. We're in a globalized world, and globalization has provided opportunities for us to expand abroad. Victor talked about e-commerce, and Peter went in detail to talk about e-commerce. These are opportunities that have been provided to us as a result of globalization. Before I go on, Justin has provided an introduction about myself. I am a senior lecturer in international business and strategy. Over the last 5 years, I've been teaching international business to both undergraduate and master's students. Over the last 10 years, I served as a business development consultant to firms in Nigeria before I moved on to academia. What I did then was to identify strategic opportunities for businesses that want to explore opportunities, not only in emerging markets, but also developed markets as well. Currently, we are working on identifying companies in Nigeria, agricultural firms in Nigeria that wants to export to other parts of the world. Okay. So if you are into agriculture or you are into any particular business and you want to explore other opportunities, please feel free to contact me. I started a consultancy firm particularly for this purpose, to identify opportunities for companies. The name of the consultancy firm is called Premier Option Consulting International, based in Nigeria. And we seek new opportunities for companies in foreign markets. My research focuses on the complexities, the issues around global markets. What are the trade issues? What are the political issues within markets across the world that firms, small businesses, big businesses, multinationals need to identify before they expand to other markets? My background is in international business. I got a master's in international business management, and my PhD was also on international business. So I'm going to be sharing with some of the wealth of knowledge I've accumulated over the years. And I've presented on a number of global forums. I'm a member of Academy of International Business. I'm a yearly presenter of my conference papers at European Academy of Management, British Academy of Management, and all that. Okay, so these are the outline of what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today. Understanding what emerging economies are all about. What are the the key differences among major country groups? What makes emerging economies attractive? What are the challenges of doing business in emerging economies, and opportunities in emerging economies, and the strategies I want to adopt to be able to thrive in emerging economies. In order to understand emerging economies, it's important that we contextualize it. Okay, what I mean by that is comparing emerging economies to advanced economies and developing economies. Okay. Advanced economies are the mature and industrialized countries of the world. They are the ones that are the stage of post-industrialization. Okay, they're very proficient in terms of service offering. Okay, they are characterized by high per capita income, highly competitive industries, and well-developed commercial infrastructure. This includes the likes of US, UK, France, Germany, Belgium, etc. The emerging economies are the former developing economies. Okay, so the developing economies are the low-income countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, some parts of Latin America, and Asia. Okay, they are characterized by limited industrialization and stagnant economy. Okay, so the emerging market economies are the former developing economies. Okay, they have achieved a high rate of industrialization, modernization, and rapid economic growth since the 80s. Okay, so they've been able to attain huge economic growth, moving their middle class, okay, to the rank of millionaires, in particular China, Russia, India. Okay, the BRICS countries, okay, Brazil, Russia, India, China constitutes a huge section of emerging economics countries. O'Neill, the person that coined, also came up with the term called the Mint. Okay, Mint stands for Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. Okay, unfortunately, Nigeria has retrogressed in the last, decade because of bad economic policies and choices that the government has made in the last 10 years. Okay, so in order to understand the potential and the opportunities within emerging economies, it is also important for us to understand the GDP of this country. It is estimated that the emerging economies contributes to world GDP. okay, they contributed 58% of the total GDP based on purchasing power parity. As you can see from this table, China, India, Brazil, South Korea, Indonesia are a huge part of the top 10 countries that have contributed to 58% of the total global GDP on purchasing parity. So you can see that the emerging economies are contributing massively to global production. In terms of real GDP growth, the US economy is the biggest in the world, but it hasn't been the fastest growing economy. The fastest growing economies around the world includes the like of China, South Korea, India, Brazil, even Panama, and some countries within Middle East, particularly countries such as Morocco, have contributed massively to real GDP. That's between 1969 to 2019. What are the key differences among these three major country groups? That is the advanced economies, the developing economies, and the emerging economies. Approximate number of countries within this these three different countries. You can see that the advanced economies are just, very few, but they hold majority in terms of global production. Emerging economies also has an approximate countries of 30 major countries that have been moved into the rank of the emerging economy. So the bulk of the global population are still developed economies. Okay. In terms of population, emerging economies constitute 55%, okay, of world population. Approximate per capita income in these countries, emerging economies is also following the advanced economies massively. In terms of trade conditions amongst the three country groups, advanced economies, developing economies, and emerging economies. The advanced economies have got highly developed industry. Okay, the developing economies have got very poor industries. The emerging economies are rapidly improving. In terms of competition, competition in advanced economies is substantial. Okay, competition in developing economies is very, very limited. However, competition in emerging economies, as you can see from here, is very, very high. Trade barriers is minimal in advanced economies. However, trade barriers in developing economies is very moderate to high. And emerging economies also have got moderate trade barriers. But look at the trade volume. The trade volume of advanced economies and the emerging economies is quite comparable. To tell you the amount of production and manufacturing that is going on in advanced economies and emerging economies. In addition to that, inward FDI is moderate to high within emerging economies. So I'm providing these tables and data to show the rate at which emerging market countries are becoming a huge challenger to the advanced economies, and therefore provide a huge opportunity for growth and opportunity to do business. I think this is my final table I want to share with you guys in terms of the national characteristics of advanced economies versus emerging economies. So in terms of median age, the median age in advanced economies is 39 years, the emerging economies 32 years, and developing economies 24 years. So as you can see, compare this, you can see that the median age within developing economies provide them a huge opportunity because they've got that youthful population that could engender production and growth within to start competing with the likes of advanced economies and developing economies. In terms of major sector focus, services, branded products are well known within the advanced economies. Then the emerging economies are well known for its manufacturing. I'm sharing with you some case studies and some services as well. But developing economies is still in that crude form of agriculture and commodities, okay? This does not mean that they cannot compete with other parts of the world, but they need to start doing what advanced economies have been doing and emerging economies have been doing to be able to compete globally. In terms of economy and political freedom, the emerging economies are moderately free to mostly not free, okay? We've heard of stringent regulations with China, okay, how they've been able to stifle some multinationals such as Alibaba, okay. So they've got issues with regulatory framework and political freedom. But again, no doubt they've been able to advance economically and start competing with the advanced developed world. Okay, in terms of country risk, advanced economies have got low country risk and emerging economies are variable. Okay, but within the developing economies, they've got moderate to high country risk. Then there are risks of intellectual property, weak infrastructure that could stifle the growth of entrepreneurs or other businesses. Okay, so let's move on to the very interesting aspect of my presentation, what makes emerging economies attractive, okay? Most of the emerging economies, like the likes of India, China, okay, have huge middle classes with significant income for buying electronics, cars, healthcare services, and countless other products. Okay, many exhibit high economic growth, okay, as a result of moving people from lower class to middle class. Another point I wanted to raise is the manufacturing base of emerging market. Okay, so home to low wage, high quality labor for manufacturing and assembly operations are what constitutes these emerging economies. And in the last 2-3 decades, you can see that making these emerging economies as a manufacturing hub has potentially contributed to growth. Why can't developing countries, okay, the likes of Nigeria, Ghana, Angola, unfortunately South Africa has dwindled into that developing economies as a result of recent happenings. Okay? Why can't these developing countries make their region as a manufacturing hub, just the way the emerging economies have done? We have got the population, we have got that youthful strength to be able to convert our resources that we have, okay, into huge opportunities. Nigeria has over 200 million people. Okay, Vietnam is also a huge manufacturing, low-cost labor in Vietnam. Because the cost of manufacturing in China is going up, okay, people are now targeting Vietnam. Okay, why can't Nigeria with its population do the same? Why can't Ghana do the same? Ghana is even trying more than Nigeria. Okay, so it all behoves on the entrepreneurs to begin to look at how they can tap into these opportunities within the market. Okay? You're an entrepreneur, you're selling things online. There's a huge low-cost labor in China. You can tap into the opportunities that e-commerce provides and import things from China. Okay, I'm going to tell you ways of doing this later. Also, the emerging market also has huge natural resources, raw materials such as South Africa, Brazil, Russia. They've got that huge natural resources that they supply to both developed and emerging economies. Other point I wanted to raise regarding what makes emerging economies attractive is the sourcing destination. Okay, emerging markets have established numerous call centers that supplies M&As, multinational enterprises, okay, across Europe, okay, India, Philippines, America, and the rest parts of the world. Why can't a developing country, why can't an entrepreneur in Nigeria start up a call center, okay, that will supply the likes of BT in the UK, that will supply the likes of Verizon in the UK, Virgin in the UK? Okay, why can't we establish that call center destination in Nigeria? Why can't we do that in Ghana? Why can't we do that in South Africa? Okay, to be the huge call center base that India is. Okay, India is a huge call center. If you call from, you're trying to reach BT, British Telecommunication today, somebody in India will pick your call. Okay, why can't we do that in developing countries? Why can't an entrepreneur, you and I, start doing something like that? Intel, Microsoft have much of their programming activities in Bangalore, in India. Okay, so why can't we do that? One of the countries that has really amazed me in Africa is Morocco. Okay, Morocco is a huge sourcing destination. Okay, and they supply the likes of Rolls-Royce, they supply the likes of Boeing, okay, Airbus. All right, so these are things that an entrepreneur like you and I can start to do in our own respective countries. Okay, and we have got all it takes to do that. Now, let's look at the challenges in doing business in emerging economies. There are several challenges, and experts have categorized these challenges into three: political risk, economic risk, and currency risk. Okay, political risk. Emerging markets have, there are lots of instabilities, issues with utility, issues bad governance, issues with corruption within emerging economy. There's also economic risk, and these markets may often they'll suffer from labor, insufficient labor and raw materials, high inflation and deflation, unregulated markets, and intervention from government, as we've seen in the case of People's Republic of China on Alibaba, Jack Ma's company. And there are also issues of currency risk. The value of emerging market currencies cannot be compared to that of dollar. As a result, it has kind of stifled the investment, okay, in these markets. So you can see that emerging markets countries have got similar issues in developing countries, but that does not make them from becoming a manufacturing hub. That does not make them from attaining the industrialized state or stage. Okay? Why can developing countries, okay, do the same? Okay, we've got issues, we've got unstable government policies, we've got unstable economic policies, okay? But we have got that number, we have got that manufacturing to be able to explore the benefits of globalization that the emerging market economy countries have been able to tap into. Huge countries within developing countries have not been able to tap into the opportunities of globalization. Rather, they've made themselves as a dumping ground for multinationals, even from these emerging economies. Most Chinese companies now are in Africa, okay, tapping into the potential, okay, but African entrepreneurs are not tapping into the global opportunities that globalization has provided. So let's look at case countries that have been able to tap into opportunities and replicating this in Africa or in other regions serve as a huge opportunities, business opportunities. And the first case is Russia. We all know that COVID-19 provided an opportunity for retail business. Okay? And it's as if Victor and Dan, I had the same thinking when we're preparing for this workshop of e-commerce. Okay, Amazon reap a lot of profit from COVID-19. Okay, the likes of Amazon benefited hugely from COVID-19 as a result of their positioning and their offering, tapping into what technology, which is also one of the drivers of globalization, presented. Russia today has got that huge opportunity in terms of Russia is currently projected to experience significant growth in e-commerce. Okay, imagine positioning product to sell on the likes of Amazon or the likes of retail businesses, such as e-commerce businesses such as eBay. Okay, in Africa, there's something called, is it Jumia? Okay, so you don't even have to have a physical shop, as Peter was illustrating earlier. Go on Jumia and market your product. You can even market your product in Amazon. I don't know if their regulations provided that, but you can have a partner in the UK. You can send your products to, and they'll market your product for you on Amazon. Okay, and other e-commerce businesses in Russia, in South Korea. Okay, we are in a globalized world. Entrepreneurs need to take up opportunities such as this. Selling your product on e-commerce website, as I've mentioned earlier. India is another example of a country that has got huge opportunity for healthcare. India's government is looking to provide 500 million people with government-sponsored health insurance. And revenues could increase at a compound annual growth of 18%, making it one of the world's fastest growing healthcare markets in the world. Please note that this is before COVID. This data was before COVID, okay? But looking at how they've responded to COVID, you can see that there's a huge opportunity to tap into the healthcare in India as well, and also in other African countries. Another point I wanted to make is digitalization in Southeast Asia. Okay, Southeast Asia has the likes of Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Okay, so let's look at how digitalization in South Asia has provided huge opportunity for online business entrepreneurs. Southeast Asia is quickly imagined as the next digital giant. Since 2015, they've been able to add over 140 million internet users. 70% of the region, 583 million citizens are now online. Okay? So you can see that this region also provides that opportunity for e-commerce. Okay, you don't have to have a physical shop, as Peter said earlier. All right, so they have internet users clocking 400 million people as of 2020. Okay, so this is an opportunity that somebody can easily tap into and market your products if you're from that region. 5G technology supports faster mobile connectivity. 5G technology supports faster online businesses. Okay, Asia is expected to reach 50% of this, okay, by 2020, between 2020 to 2024. North America, 48%, Europe, 34%. Guess what? Sub-Saharan Africa, abysmal 3%. 3%. Okay, so we can't really compete with the rest of the world if this infrastructure are not in place to support economic growth. So what are the other opportunities within emerging markets that one could tap into? Real estate, okay, as a result of manufacturing, there will be explosion in wealth creation. People are tapping into real estate properties, okay. They've been manufacturing for a very long time, you know? So you could potentially use them as a source to source your products, real estate products from whatever region you are across the globe. Education is another opportunity. Okay, you can stay in any world now and market your services. Most Nigerians, most Africans are good English speakers. Guess what? A lot of people in Asia, in Latin America are looking for English tutors. Yes, a lot of people in Asia are looking for English tutors. Okay, so Victor was talking about freelancing earlier. So why don't you go online, search for ways of providing such services, you know, across the world. Banking is another huge opportunity. I've talked about manufacturing. So these are key opportunities areas within the emerging markets. I see no reason why developing countries cannot tap into such opportunity. Now, there is a concept in international business called Go Global. Okay, I wanted to talk about this because it is important that entrepreneurs identify that you don't have to get consumers or customers in your country alone. You don't have to be well established in your home country, your country of origin, say whether you're from Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast. You don't have to be well established there before you begin to tap into opportunities. You can see that emerging economies are very attractive. So if you can sit in the comfort of your room and start marketing products across the world, it's called go global. Okay, start small and begin to go market your products across the world. One of the ways of doing that is to customize your offering. Okay, successful firms develop deep understanding of what their customers want, what their suppliers want, what are the distribution channels, okay, across these emerging markets. And the interesting thing from my study of emerging markets is that we have got similar characteristics. As I said earlier, emerging markets have got issues with political instability, got issues with economic instability, they've got issues with regulatory framework, but they are still doing well. Okay, so we have got similar, developing countries have got similar characteristics or features with emerging economies. Okay, so we can tap into that experience of doing business within your own home country and start targeting how to do business in emerging markets. Okay, you can partner with local companies. All right. One of the ways of doing this is going for networking, going for conferences and workshops to meet people, like-minded people, people that trade in similar areas. Okay, can provide you huge advantages in exploring global markets. And within the emerging markets, one of the huge contributor, one of the huge actor is the government. Okay, we have heard about state-owned companies, state-owned firms in emerging markets. So they are huge buyers. Okay, they can buy your products in large quantity. So you can also target partners that can link you up to such huge buyers. Another strategy is to conduct research to understand the target markets within these emerging markets. So understand who are the indigenous challenges. How can you tap into the global value chain, okay, to provide them with such services. Let me share something that we are trying to do now is to identify farmers in Africa, okay? we have got huge ethnic minority base in the UK. Okay, how can farmers in Africa tap into the value chain to distribute their products to huge ethnic minorities in the UK, France, in the US? Okay, so you can tap into that value chain and start marketing your products. Okay, these huge migrants from Latin America, from Africa, and the rest of the world. So, in conclusion, what does the future hold for emerging economies? Recovering from the pandemic, it has been shown that the likes of China, Russia, South Africa, given how they've been able to recover fast from the pandemic, shows that there are huge economic opportunities within this region. Okay, so we can tap into that strategy of deep understanding of distinctive characteristics of buyers, suppliers, okay, within this emerging market, partnering with local companies, ability to use the e-commerce platform across the world to reach targeted audience in this emerging market could provide a huge next phase for your business. Okay, acquiring the capabilities such as the experiences that you open yourself to in your indigenous markets, such as African market, Nigeria, Ghana, could be a huge resource base for you to tap into the opportunities in the emerging markets. So if you want more information on how to expand your products, your services across the world, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Okay, you can find me on LinkedIn, on Twitter. Please feel free to contact me. I'll offer you free advice on how to target global markets and begin to make money across the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ubede, for this wonderful delivery of opportunities in the emerging markets, and of course, letting us to understand what the emerging markets are, or who they are, and what they do, the things, opportunities that are available from these markets. I couldn't agree more with you on that and all that you have said. And the attractions that are available in these markets, and you mentioned that some people set up call centers, and now different companies all over in the UK are now setting call centers in developing countries. I was discussing with a friend too, that I think he will be my own call center in Nigeria if we're able to put the infrastructure together and his network is stable, and everybody that want to speak with G Hub can always call him and then he will respond, so that I will have my own time to do other things, which is good. In business strategy, we talk about offshoring as well, isn't it? So you offshore some of these things and set up there where the tax level, tax regime is probably better off compared to other places. So thank you for that. Question I will ask you would be, in the context of modern day slavery and ethical issues in doing business, right? We understand that most times when you're offshore and when you get into in these emerging economies, there are a lot of compromises when you look at the context of modern day slavery. People taking advantage because there are low wages, or there are no environmental laws, or no strong legislation to hold investors accountable. And because of that, they sometimes recruit underage people, sometimes violate human rights, sometimes violate environmental rights, and sometimes even boycott tax system. So what do you have to say with respect to this kind of risks, and how the people can, avoid them?
Thank you, Justin, for that question. That's a very interesting question, because so many companies such as Nike have been involved in sweatshops scandals where they use um, um, underage people, the pay people below the minimum wage. Had issues of Apple, okay, Apple using people in China in unconducive environment to produce their iconic iPhones. People committed suicide because of the environment that is not to do businesses. We had issues of Primark. Okay, Primark is a retail clothing outlet in the UK. Primark went to Bangladesh. Their subcontractor there did not have the necessary standard, and one of their factories there collapsed and killed a lot of people. Okay, so that is the dilemma when businesses move across the world. And one of the things I usually tell my clients and students is that it is important that while you are conforming to the rules and regulations in your host country, it is important to also establish code of conduct, code of practice, okay, that you should be able to uphold all standards too. Okay? So, for example, Pfizer, is it Pfizer? Procter and Gamble. Procter and Gamble had a very big issue in India, I think in Hindustan, some years ago. Okay, but they were not able to uphold the standard of practice that they have in other parts of the world, which is really bad. Okay? Now question their moral responsibility. Okay? Why are you doing things that you cannot do in your home country? Is it because the regulations in the developing countries or regulations in emerging markets are lax? Okay, what are your values that your countries uphold? Okay? And again, it is important to talk about the regulatory framework within these host countries. Why are government policies so weak that they cannot hold companies to standard? Why can't they hold them responsible? We've had issues in Ogoniland, okay, where there is oil spill and all that. Shell recently paid a huge millions of dollars to some communities. Can they do that in their home country? Can they do that in Denmark? Can they do that in the UK? Can they do that in the US? There was recently Gulf oil spill in Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, and we know the amount of
Mocano
money that
blowouts.
they paid the US government.
Yes, so, Obama charged them. Obama told them from the beginning that make no mistake, they are going to pay.
Yes,
when
and they
that
paid.
happened.
They paid. Okay, so it's all about moral responsibility, okay, and how government can enforce the regulatory framework to ensure that companies conform to the standard practice.
All right, thank you for that response. Really appreciate that heads up as well. Yeah, you also mentioned COVID, isn't it? We look at COVID. Maybe someone will need to, with time, do a proper research and discover a research that is focused on discovering opportunities that come with COVID-19. In as much as COVID has destroyed a lot, it has also created opportunities that we might want to, which Peter initially mentioned about e-commerce and people going online now. And I made a joke a few days ago that, well, if any day I wake up and I don't see my neighbor, or I see my neighbor in the clouds, I know that he has moved online, because life itself is moving online.
Of course.
So people are moving online now. A lot of things just happen online. And in situations, there are places where you have strong internet connections, like in the UK and other places, you could virtually buy everything online, you know. And yeah, that becomes a whole lot of things to reflect on. So thank you so much, and also for managing the time. So just 2 minutes before the expiration of your time, leave it open. Any questions from anybody, please feel free to ask now. Any question, any concerns? There are opportunities. I think when Anthony comes next, he will also go deeper. In this case, looking at India and Africa, what are the opportunities and the trade? What can we buy and sell? If you are preparing to go into importation or exportation, what are these products and services that are there in India and some of these emerging economies that you can, at the moment, start importing into your country? And just to let you know that at G Hub, we're standing between the gap to advise on some of these ventures. If you want to import something to India, or you want to export something, so you want to export from your country, or you want to import into your country, we can advise, especially if it has to do with India. So if you have any question, you can ask. If you have any contribution, you are also free to unmute and make that contribution. Before we get into the next and the last presentation for today. But before we do that, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking your time. I do hope you are benefiting from it. If you are not, if there are expectations, feel free to air out or send an email letter on what you were expecting that you couldn't get, and we'll factor that in and make it even more robust and bespoke for next edition. So, thank you. Anthony, are you there?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So our next presentation that is starting at 2 is from Anthony Sonny. In addition to whatever Anthony will want to tell us about himself, I just want to say a very brief of what I know about him. So Anthony was born as an Indian in the Middle East. Completed his early education, bachelor's in United Arab Emirates and India. He obtained his master's degree in automotive engineering from Coventry University in the UK, a master's, also MDP in mechanical CAD. I don't know what that is. And
CAD. It's a design. It's a design area.
Okay, design, and also a bachelor in mechanical engineering from Satyabama University in India.
Yeah.
His thesis project in self-sustaining unmanned multipurpose terrestrial vehicle won the Best Project Award for the India Prototype and Innovation at the university level. He has long developed a passion for the automotive industry and currently pursuing his career in the UK as an R&D engineer, as research and development engineer and consultant for automotive company. And it's a one supplier who, along with his partners, own firms in architecture, design, oil, hospitality, and construction sectors based in the UK, Middle East, and India. He began his career as a copy boy and later became a video editor in his father's firm. To gain more hands-on knowledge after his bachelor's degree, he worked as a trainee mechanic for an automotive off-highway, Anthony want to tell about OEM, and later joined one of the world's prestigious automotive industry, that is the Jaguar Land Rover, as a specialist engineer. He later resigned his appointment to become a consultant for companies and has consulted for American axle manufacturer, Perkins Engines and Cummins Turbo Technologies. He is a technical director for Global Entrepreneurship Hub, G Hub, which we are making this event happen today. And here he advised where he diverse and unify, or what does diversifying and unifying is the key of our organization. He is set to bridge the gap for better business opportunity and operations for entrepreneurs globally. So that's a little we know. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I want to welcome Anthony to today's presentation. And the title of his presentation is India and the African Market. What are the opportunities? Over to you.
Thank you, Justin. Let me get the screen shared. Give me a second. Yeah. Let me know once you can see my screen. Something's missing up. Give me a second. All right. I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see that now.
All right. So without any further ado, I'll carry on with the presentation. As Justin explained, I'll be talking through the Indian African market and how best we can explore, and for a young entrepreneur, how well can we introduce ourselves and find the right market that suits our style and need. So before we go in deeper, I'll just give some like information about myself and introduce myself to you guys. So Justin, I've given a brief, not a brief, a lengthy explanation of what I've been doing. So I don't think I have to go and elaborate on what I'm doing right now. So I am an Indian, was born in UAE, did my schooling till 8th grade, till high school in UAE, then moved down to India with my family and completed my engineering degree. Then later on I moved to UK to do my master's, and ever since I've been here. A couple of my passions are traveling, photography, and if you speak with me and spend time with me, you will understand family is the core to what I am, and that has been always important. Some of the key factors I always keep in my heart or close to what I live by is the minute you realize that you know everything is the point when you should know that you know nothing, because this world is full of opportunities and it is developing and growing. Any opportunity, anything you get to learn, grasp it, is what is one of my motto. And from what I've learned so far, failure is only a part of your journey to success. So saying all that, let me give you a bit more outline on what I have been doing in this past few years of my life. At the age of 24, I became an entrepreneur. I registered myself a company here in the UK, started providing services to Jaguar Land Rover, American Axle Manufacturing, Caterpillar, Perkins, Cummins, Live Bio Pharmaceuticals, and G Fumax. These are few companies I've been supporting over the line of my consultancy services. Probably few in engineering services, few in terms of building relationship with people across the globe, and few explaining being a pure consultant in the form of directing companies into into the work they have to go through, and helping them to achieve and bring the product across to people, which would support their business. And as personally, apart from this consultancy services, I own a few companies, and I also have partnership with a few other companies. One being Beyond Lines Studio. It's an architecture firm based in headquarters based in India. We have offices in UAE and in UK. We basically take design works, 2D, 3D drawing, 3D designs, and we supply to our customers. GE Hub, as you are aware, I'm the technical director there, supporting GE Hub to connect with people, to help them to come about building their own businesses. V5 Manufacturing and Suppliers, it's still based in India, sorry, based in UK, among a few of my colleagues and friends, mainly friends, and we supply manufacturing goods and clothing materials, safety materials to companies here about in UK. We mainly work with companies in China and India to source these products. Another one of the company I work closely is a part of a company, Xeon Energies. It's mainly into fuel. We supply fuel to industries. Also, we have an outlet, a fuel outlet in India. And the last, one of the last companies I would like to introduce is Eden Valley Holidays. It's basically a resort-based or a tourism-based company. I with a friend own or leased a property in India and is promoting tourism, and also we provide packages to people outside India and connect with the necessary necessary people to make the travel and their time in India fruitful and enjoyable. So about that's pretty much in a summary about me. And moving on to our presentation. So today, I know over the 3 sessions, everyone has explained the potential of Africa, and a few people touched base with India, and similar sort of thing for an initial run through I'll be going through, and after which I would break it down into the nature of business, which would be an ideal way to move forward, and what are the strategy of investments we can think about. Moving forward, I wanted everyone who is in this, who are part of the attendees today, I would like to ask you guys to write down, if you are given an opportunity, what sort of investment or what sort of business would you go into? Just write whatever it may be, just write down a word or something in definition, like in a definition, like what do you think is the best mode of business that you would be able to push yourself forward to, or you would be good in? Just write a one word, or whatever field of business you think is right. Just put in a word there, and towards the end, you should be able to understand why I stated that. All right. Moving across. Oh, give me a second. All right. So, yes. So about Africa as an untapped business potential, as you all know that Africa is still on its developing state, and there are many areas it's still untapped on, and there are areas where we can where Africa can countries in Africa can develop itself. Before I go in deeper, let me I want to just make a statement there that I know I would be speaking about a continent to a country today. Like India is a country and Africa is a continent, and you have more than 54 countries and few union territories, and I understand that. But what I'm trying to do today is connect Africa to India with the diversity that we have right now. In perspective to, if you look into geography, both India and Africa, right, share quite similar areas of business in terms to climate, in terms to resources, and even if you take to the root cause of colonization also by the European countries. So all in all, I think there are quite a lot of connections we can build between Africa and India in terms of that. So I wouldn't be specifying any country as such in this presentation today, but given my history in the history of working with a few people in Nigeria, my experience, I would be drawing out quite a lot of my conversations from the experiences I've had in the past. So saying that, let's move on with this presentation then. So young growing population is something I've always found Africa to be thriving in. So coming about, if you look at the world, there are few countries or as such is in the who are in the developing state has such a good potential to push forward in perspective to a young and growing population, a middle class population, where the investment or the need of the people comes up as a requirement. So I believe the young and growing population is something that is very much a strong point for an investor when you look into it. The resources and the amount of labor that you get, the knowledgeful young entrepreneurs or young what do you call it? A young group of people you get from the Africa. Diversity and stronger economy is something I also look into, being that on a developing stage, you have a lot of opportunity for investment, and the government backing it up helps you a lot in perspective to single window, where a government supports from the start of a company, registration of a company, till the establishing a land, building of the infrastructure for the company, and supporting with funds, which is also a good point when you look into an investment perspective. Next thing is digital transformation. So you as over the time we have spoke quite a lot about mobile usage or internet sensation being transforming Nigeria, such and businesses moving online. Yes, that is a key point, and that is one of the areas I believe is becoming a big potential for Africa. And in terms of customers changing, so as I said earlier, middle class, the requirements and the need of the middle class is growing over the years. And earlier, when people were confined to the need, and the world nation trying to support and bring about for a better living of Africa, now things are changing. Rather than for dependency on other entities, Africa is developing itself to be more independent on its own resources that they have, and bringing about a better economy in itself. And stability in terms of governance. Usually, a person like me who is from outside Africa, whenever I hear about Africa, I hear about a lot of instability on things of in tribal clashes, issues, dictatorships, and things is what I mainly hear about. But that political drift is now changing. The people itself, the government itself, is realizing that, and they are coming forth to the world to explain the situations, and telling about what the current situation in the country is, and inviting people or investors into the country to develop it to a better knowledge. Though at times, from my experience, what I've seen is there is a test of patience. You might not be able to right away receive what you think out of the countries, but the potential is high, and an investor with good patience, I think, can reap a reap a good fruit out of these countries in Africa. And speaking about about vast natural resources, oil, 10%, almost 10% of the natural oil reserve is in Africa, which is a big amount. And speaking about copper ore, or if you're speaking about diamonds, gold, any sort of natural ores is abundantly available in Africa, which is right there for the picking for the right person. And cheap educated labor. So have you, if you have noticed, not just African countries as such is now diversifying themselves, exploring their opportunity to learn more information, and implement that back into their country. And people are traveling to learn new stuff, new areas, new information, so that they themselves can be updated, and at the same time they can bring it back, innovate themselves to implement it in their own country. detailed explanations I would be giving out later. I'm just going through a skimmed layer so that I can just touch these areas and explain it more detail later on. So that's that about Africa. Africa. And now about India as a rising global power. I've heard few of the members who did the presentation today explaining about India and about its growing and developing strength or power among the global powers nowadays. So why invest in India, or why look into the market in India? So India is a very big country. It's a second populous country after China. And with the current rate going on within recent years, India would be leading that in perspective to that, leading in numbers and would emerge as the top victor in number of population. With increased number of population, there comes a young and strong generation who is willing to learn and build themselves and bring about a transformation. So as compared to Africa, a young population or young generation is something India actually shows forth as one of its highest strength in the strong middle class. And so by that of an expanding market, there is a big opportunity for investment in perspective to every sort of business, say from a day-to-day things to heavy equipment machineries. You say it, India need that right now because of its developing state. Now, next point of India being an alternative to China. As you all know, the rising tension between US and China and few other countries, and India being an alternative in terms to manufacturing, for any sort of industry. India is turning out to be a big boost for each industry to look into because of the tensions and issues happening. Few examples I can mention is a shoe manufacturer in Germany completely uprooted their manufacturing facility in China, and they've moved to India because of the economic support India is providing. The facility and the area of business, they are able to expand because of the opportunity provided. So that sort of a diaspora is what India is providing currently to the world, and ease of doing business. One of the examples also I would like to put forward is AstraZeneca. It's a COVID vaccine created by Oxford. Is currently is manufactured in collaboration with Serum Institute in India. And it's considered one of the highest manufacturing vaccination drive that's going on, and that vaccination is being now provided to Africa too. So in terms of doing business, that's how these things have been now, where if you have a innovative idea, or if you have a product that needs to be manufactured, or if you have a design that needs to be manufactured, you can easily approach Indian companies. Or if you have the resource or the necessary investment amount you have, you can come to India. There is a very ease of channel to invest and develop yourself in India right this peak of the point. And that is also supported by digital revolution. I don't know whether you might have heard of it. In India, you get around 2 GB of data. I'm just putting up on a very downline scale of information. This is the data I'm providing you from almost a year and a half back, where a person can get 2 GB of data every day for a cost of £2 on a month. So in a dollar scale, if you're looking, it's around $3 to $4. As a person living in UK, to get around 60 GB of data on a monthly scale, the cost is around, you have to spend more than 20 quid on a minimum to get 60 GB of data. And that's sort of revolutionization is what is happening digitally. Every nook and corner of India, there is internet available. People are using internet to buy things. It's not just from India, from outside India, UK, US, China. It's that sort of connection is what is being built in India, where digital revolution is transforming the market completely. If you look 10, 15 years back, if you guys have heard Justin mentioning about call center, India was the drive for call centers. Any major companies you look in the world, they had a call center in India. They used the resource in India to develop their call centers, so that they are cutting a lot of their expenses on resources in their own country and moved it into India, and they saved a lot. Now even on software industry also, same thing is happening. Infosys, Satyam, and quite a lot of Tata Technologies. N number of companies based in India are techie or soft related companies, and developing themselves to be a global leaders at the moment. And as I was explaining about the industrial revolution or the industries in India. India has been having a strong and diverse industrial and infrastructure and logistical base. India is connected in several ways. India is considered to be the 7th largest country. Even being that large, India is well connected across each state by air, water, and road, and by rail too. Rail in the sense like India has the largest rail connections in the world. So any transportation of anything that you manufacture, you can move across diversity across each regions of India. And given that's much of connection, so whatever you manufacture in any part of India can be moved to any location very easily. And in terms to diversification and of industrial, India has quite a lot of big bases, like automotive bases, say Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar Land Rover, BMW, you name any automotive company you name, they have a base in India, because to meet the need, also to for the need to export it because of the cheap labor it's available. And moving on to the innovation and startup hub, around 2008 is when the startup or innovation hub started to have a traction within India. In 2015, by statistics, it was found that India was one among 75th country, and as of today, they are within the 40. So that much of a drive is happening within India to develop new ideas and startup projects, and which in turn increases the entrepreneurial opportunities in India. And in terms to political stability, excuse me, in terms to political stability and cordial relationships, if you look at it, if a business needs to flourish, you need a stable government, which doesn't change. Like in India, government change every 5 years. Even though they change, the relationship they keep with the entrepreneurial hub, the entrepreneurial world is quite significant, and they know India understand entrepreneurs are the right way to move forward. And being that they have supporting companies across the globe, helping them to come invest and build themselves. Saying that's all in all what India and what opportunities India present at the moment. So next thing, so let me take you bit more deeper for a young entrepreneur. So you have heard what opportunities Africa has to offer, what India has to offer. Now, as I asked every one of you earlier, to write down what area of investment would you prefer or would you go forward with. So this I'm totally would be speaking out of my experience. Research is there, like I have done my research on this, but moreover, I want to tell you out of experience of how to approach the market in when you think about an area you would like to invest. So, so what I have found in the current market is you can basically divide into 4 categories. There would be more further categories, I'm sure, but right now I'm just focusing on 4 so that I can make it much simpler and understandable for everyone. So health and well-being, infrastructure, tourism, and food and lifestyle is something I've just picked out of the old categories that is left out. And these are the common 4 categories that has always sustained and has been developing. So health and well-being, medicine is something you, medicine, hospital, and medical equipments and consumables are something that on a daily basis you would require till if there is a life that is sustaining in this world. And as you can take pandemic, the need for vaccine was high. Every country needed vaccine. So India have been a forefront fighting for getting these vaccines out to the world. If you look at it, as I mentioned earlier, Oxford and Serum Institute combined together to become the greatest manufacturer of vaccine at this point of time. And on a common note also, if you take from outside COVID, we have, India has more than 100 manufacturers for just pharmaceutical products alone. And I myself was in Nigeria for just this market for pharmaceutical, to promote a pharmaceutical business, as you have seen earlier, for Live by a Pharma. I was there. I've met several number of clients, wholesale dealers in perspective to medicine, like supply medicine, medical equipment, and consumables. And while I was there, I've understood that there is very less number of manufacturing facilities within Africa that manufactures medicine or to the quality of medicine. And whenever I spoke with the clients, what they've told us, medicines that are manufactured in China are not as effective as medicines manufactured in India. The quality of medicine that is coming from India is much effective than what is being supplied by China. I was a bit shocked coming from, I didn't know much about that sort of a field from China, but when I heard, I was shocked, and I understood the need of the hour, and it was an eye opener for me. So I understood if there is an opportunity to set up a medical facility, like a manufacturing facility or pharmaceutical manufacturing facility, it would gain a lot within the neighboring countries too. So what I've understood from my research is medicine exported from India reaches Nigeria and is being distributed from there to the neighboring countries like Ghana, Niger Delta, and several other countries nearby. So the opportunity is there, and how about we go to understand it and invest is the next thing, which I'll explain in detail in the next slide. And on infrastructure level, so as we all have been explaining about telecom and internet and developing yourself into a market where everything is online. So that internet comes from a telecom or a telecom industry where they develop their satellites, towers across the region to provide you with a stable internet. So recently, one of my friend who is in this industry, he's an entrepreneur, he's based in UK. I was having a conversation with him in terms to this. What he mentioned was he would like to invest in Africa if he given the right opportunity. To the outside world, Africa in a definition is a black box. The news you hear, but the reality you have on ground is 2 different aspects. Why I'm saying this is I've been to Nigeria. I've seen only Nigeria, so I don't know the exact of the other countries, but my knowledge from the friends I have down in Tanzania, Uganda, Nigeria, and Ethiopia, the information I get out from there is different to what I hear from the media. So there is a gap there. So I've been explaining him about the telecom industry and the opportunity they have, and he said if there is a right person down there who can support me, who can support him in terms with getting the equipments there, getting the resource there, and working with him, he should be able to develop a business down there. So that is an area, which is why I just touched broad on telecom industry and on construction and roads. So me coming from a background of a company which I own does architectural work and designing. Nowadays, you don't have to be an architect in place with several number of resources to do work. Everything is online. It's software based, CAD software based. You can use Lumion, AutoCAD, then several other softwares, quite a lot of softwares where you can design your stuff. Even there are softwares available online. You can download and design. But if you need a pool of resource to complete a big project, if you want that, you don't have to hire a lot of people. You can subcontract it, and you can be a middle person or a project manager, and work with a team in India or UK or elsewhere, and get their ideas and share informations through online and get this business running. So that's another opportunity which I found is one thing that can be suitable. The next one is tourism. You might have all seen that Africa is a big tourist destination, be it wildlife for visiting places and things. So what I've seen is, if you can create the right package for the right price and the right package with the knowledge of the product you're offering, I think there are a lot of people who would like to travel. I myself is a traveler. I've met a lot of people across the globe during my travel. I've been almost to 30 countries, more than 30 countries. I've met n number of peoples. I've communicated with them, and what they have always told me or helped me understand is communication and a better ease of understanding the customer need. I've always helped in the travel industry or tourism industry. So if you have something niche, a beautiful view or of a landscape, or if you have a waterfall nearby, something of that perspective, you can market it in your local area, within your country, and you can also market it outside too. So say not always everyone comes there for business investment, but there are travelers, tourists who would like to come and who would like to explore each countries. So if you can provide such sort of a packages and market yourself through the online portals you have, it would be a great success. This is coming from a person who is in the industry, also is a traveler. And there are a couple of more things also. So recently I've read an article online about WHO promoting the Niagara Falls. Sorry, not Niagara Falls, Victoria Falls. As you know, it's between the borders of Zambia and Zimbabwe. And they are trying to develop that zone into a WHO recognized travel destination. And there have been investment pooling in. So in one of my trips to India last year, I met a person who owns a company called Grandeur. They are basically into boat manufacturing. So what they does is they have been in the industry for past 10 years. They manufacturing, they build, not manufacture, they build tourist boats or houseboats. I don't know whether you know about it, like tourist boats, and which takes you from one destination to other, provide lunch services and all those things. So when I presented this opportunity there about the Victoria Falls, he said, if there is an entrepreneur or a person who's interested in developing a boat, tourist boat in these regions where huge investment is pooling in, he would be able to work with them, share the designs, and help them to build that boat. And obviously that service would cost, but still that would be a very good industry. Tourism always has been growing at all times. I understand this is COVID time and traveling restrictions are in place, but once these are lifted, once everyone is vaccinated, and in near future, everything would be coming back to normal, this would be an industry where it would boom, because people are all tied up within themselves, sitting at home, not able to go anywhere. People are now trying to find a reason to go out. And if you can create a destination, travel destination on its own, for a number of reasons, I think that in itself has a great opportunity. Okay, so, and that about, in a small short, I'll summarize tourism. And the next area which I would like to talk much more detailed is food and lifestyle. As you all know, food is something essential for everyone on a day-to-day basis. And I'm a person who have invested but failed. That I wouldn't say completely failed, but failed in that sort of an industry. While I was in Nigeria, I had an opportunity to meet one of a person who was interested and pitched an idea about investment in cooking oil industry. When I researched about it, most of the products Nigerians consume is imported, or from the information I received my friends and colleagues, because of the oil revenue. Most of the things, even the toothpick, are being imported, is what I understood. So, and the population within the Nigeria is so high that whatever being manufactured as a food product will be consumed, depending on how how niche that product is, would be consumed within the country, and the neighboring countries also actually would welcome that sort of imports into their country. So there was a huge market for it, and I along with my Indian friend and partner, with the Nigerian partner, bought a land. We registered a company called ATD Foods Limited. The process was very easy. I registered the company. We opened a bank account. That also was quite easy and helpful procedures. And we went about building the infrastructure for the company. But halfway through, our partner in Nigeria had to drop back, because he fell into some investment fund issues. So he had to drop out of the investment, and we had to stop that project. Fortunate enough, I've been speaking with Justin in terms to utilize that project, and we have come about with several ideas to revitalize that location, that land we have, and the infrastructure we have, and go about using it for a different project. But that is in the pipeline, and we have been speaking. So why I'm telling about these is, African countries, if you have an idea and if you can set up a manufacturing facility for a food product, even if it's for a water manufacturing, like drinking water manufacturing, there is a market for it. There is a niche area where you can invest and get a huge amount of returns in the industry you're investing. And whenever I've spoke to or I've come in contact with entrepreneurs or from like people from Africa as such, entire diasporas, I'm speaking about from the 54 countries, whomever I've met, every young members are are enthusiastic, and the willingness to push forward, being an entrepreneur, also support people to go about building their own infrastructure within the country and become an entrepreneur. So I understand these sort of areas which I've highlighted here is pretty good and niche still within Africa to build themselves on. And as you know, India, Bangladesh, and the earlier member who presented also mentioned about the cloth industry, Bangladesh being suppliers of it. I find Africa has a huge potential in that sort of an area too. Cotton is easily available, and manufacturing clothes can be one of a leading industry that you can build yourself on. And so as in such, this is the, on a nutshell, is where I think Africa can develop, or the young entrepreneurs in Africa can develop themselves on. And lastly, on the strategy of investment. So I've faced I've faced with several type of investment across the time. I've invested individually in companies. I own my own company. I've invested as a group, as a group of known or like team of engineers, which is V5 manufacturing and suppliers, where we have the same idea and goal, and we pitch in the investment amount and bring about a project to be successful. So I'll get a bit more deeper in the explanation of why and how you can decide on this. And project investment and resource investment. So these are the 4 areas I believe a new or emerging entrepreneur can think about. Individual investment is personal investment into a company on an idea you have, or you think there is a possibility to build a company based on your own idea, and you have the resource and availability. Well and good. It's simple, straightforward. It has its ups and downs. You would be sole responsible for managing the entire company, and every responsibility comes under you. You have to find the resources and the investment amount. Any drawbacks or failure comes back to you. So that's on an individual. Group investment, that's something I wanted to speak more about. Being a first-hand entrepreneur or the beginning entrepreneur, I've always found for an early stages, for a group investment, it would be an easier strategy to become an entrepreneur, or find about the investment amount you can. Because when you pool in $10 each, it becomes, say, among 5 members, it becomes $50. And $50, if you purchase, like say, a carton of water, and you sell it for $11 each, I'm just giving a rough calculation, and you get, each person gets $1 of investment, and you again pool it and increase the amount. So your investment amount and the risk amount of investment would be less when you go for a group investment. But there are risks at the same time on the other end. Any clashes would end up in a very big devastation of the company going into broke. But that, if you in a group investment, what I've always seen is, always gel with the people you think are the right person. Or next thing is, go everything on a paper, create an agreement between each entity who is in the company, write down the agreement of what their investment is, or how about the company policies are, and draw a line there, and it would make a more confident and solid investment and a solid company. So if I'm asked with which investment you go in, individual and group investment, earlier stages, say 6-8 years back, I would go for a group investment because the capital amount I have would be less. But now I would go for an individual investment because it would be more or less hassle. I have more understanding of the business. I have a backing of the experience I have done, the businesses I've done, the failures I've got, and that have given me a number of knowledge that helps me to boost my investment area or the business area. And project investment, that's something I like when young entrepreneurs have good ideas but doesn't have the capital to build about this business. I've done that in several locations where a person, the resort project came about in that way. A person pitched me an idea of investing in a resort in India, and he gave me the outline of what the project would be, what our returns would be, and what sort of customers are we targeting, and a big project plan, a business plan. And that's where I invested in that sort of a project idea. And what I understand, it is risky because you are investing on a project, or the investor is investing on a project. But if you have a project plan that you can read and understand what is in the background of, and do your own study on the project, I think you can understand it. It is not rocket science. You have enough ample resource available online to understand and learn this. So in short, that's project investment and resource investment. So I touched briefly on this earlier in terms of construction. You don't have to have the complete resource to start up a new company nowadays. If you have the right idea, set up a company, it doesn't cost you much nowadays. In UK, if you have to set up a company, it's only £15, and other registration work. In all total, it come down to £100, which is, if my knowledge is right, it's something around 50,000 naira. So that this is the maximum end I'm speaking about. You can register a company less than £50 or £25, and it wouldn't take much of time. It just takes hardly 1 or 2 days for registering the company and things. So from my past experience in Nigeria and in several other African countries, same sort of a process is there. So if you register a company, you have an idea and you have a customer, say you have a manufacturing facility, but you don't have a design, but you have a contact in India where they do these sort of designs, and you share this idea with them and they design and send it back to you. You can manufacture it in India, in Africa, and go about supplying it to your customers. So that sort of resource investment also you can look into, where you have ample amount of support from every sort of industry. And that said, I move on to my conclusion. So what does the future hold for grad entrepreneurs in this emerging market? The world is more connected today. You go about to know more knowledge or to acquire knowledge, it's available. It's readily available. You can just go out there, Google yourself, you get the information readily out there and read it. You have lots of go into YouTube. If say manufacturing, say a fastener, you have a lot of information in online. You can visually see YouTube videos, things. It's available there. Growing together is resounding across the globe. In this world right now, if you are confined to the world or the country you are in, you won't be growing much. You need to look in the bigger picture where you see everyone is connected, and growing together is and will be the motto moving forward, because each country is dependent on one another. I work in Cummins. I provide my service to Cummins nowadays, and I have engineers sitting in China, in India, and different time zones, and we communicate at different time zones and work together to bring about a product, successful product. So that much is connected with everyone nowadays. So growing together is one major thing that always should be in mind. Innovation, connection, and data would be the biggest asset. Moving forward, we all will see the higher number of connections you have is a great resource. So GE Hub, as I said earlier, I have been to Nigeria. It's not because I knew Nigeria, it's because I knew Justin. Justin was my first contact to Nigeria, and my friend in India, who is the CEO of Live by a Pharma, he manufactures pharmaceutical products, and he wanted to enter Nigeria. So what he introduced this product to me. I spoke with Justin, and Justin spoke to his friends and connections in Nigeria, and they invited us. We went about to Abuja, Oguja, and Lagos is what I remember, speaking about the product and meeting people. So connections is something would for the future would be the one area you would be needing to develop yourself. Innovation. Any growing country, you need innovation, innovative products, innovative minds, thinking outside the box. Just saying thinking outside the box doesn't do it. You need to make it practically feasible. Um, Anything that is um, innovative is very much supported in the market right now. It doesn't have to be in your own country. It can, those ideas can be shared across other people, other companies with an agreement. Obviously, don't just go about share things. They'll just steal and go. So there need to be trust, but trust with a paper, like with a legal binding agreement, would support in a long way. And finally, never be afraid of failures. Just embrace it. Build yourself around it for a successful tomorrow. I've learned from my mistakes. I still learn from the failures that happens each day, and build myself across and for a successful tomorrow, because that failure, you learn from it, you understand from it. Then when you go for a next investment or a next venture, or within the company itself you're doing, that that will reflect in future. Any small mistakes, when you correct it, it would come about being a learning curve for you, also developing a business to the next level. That's pretty much it from my perspective of India-Africa relationship and market and opportunities. Thank you all. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Anthony, for this very fantastic presentation and this workshop. I really appreciate the depth and breadth which you have given to the topic on Africa, India opportunities for entrepreneurs and for SMEs generally. So I really appreciate that. So guys, anyone with any question, comment to make, that will be fine. Any question for Anthony?
I think I did a very good presentation. No one has any questions.
Possibly. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So let's anybody with any question or comments so that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I want to. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Thank you very much for this presentation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I was meant to understand a few things I knew before and develop on the ones that are forthcoming. The class was innovative and inspiring.
Thank you.
However, I have a very small question.
Yeah.
Sorry. I have a very small question, sir.
Sure, please go ahead.
I want to find out the classes of businesses that are best suitable for group investments. So taking into cognizance both economic and individual risks.
Yeah. So, you want to understand what sort of business would be classed as group investment?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So any business can be group investment. So I myself have been invested in more than 3 businesses in a group investment. The resort which I lease in India is a group investment. V5 Manufacturing and Suppliers is a group investment, and Eon Energies is a group investment. So in all these businesses, what I've looked into is mainly 2 factors. How well I know the person. I know, like, you can't entirely understand or learn about a person in a one sitting, or like being with them for years. Probably you might not. What I've learned also is money changes people very drastically. But from my experience, what I understand is, if there is a legal binding document, every area or aspect, you sit with an solicitor or an advocate and build about an agreement document and set the terms and conditions. for your investment, and whatever field it may be it cooking oil, or be it in tourism or telecom industry, small to big, any level of investment you see, if you have a legal binding document to support yourself and your investment, I think you invest in any areas. That's what I've found so far. And trust always plays a big part, but trust only goes to an extent when it comes to money. So always be careful about the investment and the people or the group of people you invest in. So yeah, do I answer your question, or do you need much more explanation on it?
I think I am very much okay with that one, especially when it comes to illegal binding.
Yeah.
Because trust definitely is not a very good tool for doing business with,
no,
especially Africans. What we need is something binding that at least can drag us to the court on agreements to deliver a particular agenda or goal.
Yeah.
However, you still talked about some softwares that can be used for designing.
Yes.
Like at least maybe used in a mobile phone or in a personal computer. I don't know if I can have an example of a few.
So software, in perspective to architectural softwares, if you're speaking, you have AutoCAD, AutoCAD, Lumion, then Primavera. There are quite a lot of softwares. I've personally used AutoCAD, CATIA for my engineering designs, and SolidWorks. So these are to name a few softwares which I've worked in the past. And in perspective to video editing, you have a lot of apps in nowadays in the mobile itself for that purpose. And if you just Google also for what do you call editing, design editing or 3D editing, you can get it in online itself. Just a small Google would help you out. And
Okay.
if you need further information, just ping me. I'll drop you the names of it. You should have seen my contact details earlier when I shared my presentations.
Yes, I saw them. Sir.
Or I should be available in GE Hub.
Okay. Okay, I think that would be a better platform so that I'll have an extensive explanations about that, because I am not very good at engineering. I am in business and accounting.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
No problem. Then yeah, please feel free to contact me anytime.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, thank you, Stanley. Thank you. Yeah, Anthony, Bede.
Did I hear just? I didn't know if I heard it correctly. Did Stanley say that Africans cannot be trusted when it comes to business?
I didn't say that.
No, I mean Stanley.
Yeah, Stanley did.
That's a very wrong assumption, Stanley.
Okay.
Well, I was going to come.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Okay. I was not giving general information about how every individual behaves, because sometimes business has to play, like Mr. Anthony was saying, experience has to play most part of your business orientation.
True.
And a few experiences we've had with some people in our local dealings have given us a lot of doubts to say that trust, ordinary trust, can be a very basic tool to dwell in when it comes to dealing with Africans in business. But I know that there are a few advanced people who have studied and researched very well, have a better understanding on how the economy works, and are ready and capable of transforming a few things and innovating others into the economy. So I think trust is not a very basic tool, but agreement, I think I go with agreement for me, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. In every business, not just in every, I had opportunity of investigating the concept of trust a few lines during my research work. All right, and I discovered that trust is a crucial phenomenon in everything you want to do. Trust is the first and possibly the last thing that will come in between when you want to deal with the next person. And the next person will include anybody. It could be your parents, it could be your siblings, it could be your partner, anybody. The first thing outside yourself is that trust. So I give an example. If before you get on the plane to travel or to fly, you have this unconscious trust that the pilot is going to take you to where you are going. All right.
Yeah.
Before you get on the bike to ride, you have the trust that the engineering has been done to a certain level that it can take you from point A to point B. So trust is very, very important. And we have legal trust, we have social trust, and different categories. I can't remember now of trust. But before you get into any business with anybody from anywhere in the world, try as much as possible to have legal binding, write some things down, especially when you are contributing resources. So put those resources together and share percentages just from the beginning, so that there won't be any argument. So if it's a 50-50 agreement, and we are putting 50-50% resources, but between myself and Anthony, we will agree that from the beginning everything is going to be 50-50. The profit that comes up is going to be 50-50. So once you make your calculations and you know that your profit is £100, you know that at the end of the day you are going home with £50. You don't need to argue, and you don't need to overstretch yourself. So get it sorted from the beginning if you are going to go into group projects, investments, as the case may be. And I quite understand from Stanley's perspective when he's saying trust is a big issue. And not just only from that, I have such experiences myself. So it is important to get these things done and do them rightly on time, and get someone to assist and share the documents between all parties to ensure that you start. And that is the reason why sometimes people decide to go alone, and then when you go alone you begin to struggle. Get people together. If you have 10,000, another person 10,000, 100, you have 200, you can set up a local business with that. But it's going to take you time to save 200,000. By the time you save 200, by the time you save up to 150,000, you might have used 20,000 out of it to solve another problem, and that incremental progress can sometimes make the business investment boring. Anthony, thank you again for bringing those strategy of investment, individual investment, group projects, and resource investment together on this. Olivia's hand is up.
Yes. Hi, Justin. Hi, Anthony, and everybody. Thank you very much, Anthony, for the great presentation. I must admit I wasn't here all the time because I'm still at work, so it's calls here and there. Okay. So I haven't been listening 100%. So I might be wrong for what I'm going to ask.
No problem.
Yeah, you are experienced in working in these areas that, in these countries, India, and then a little bit of Africa, as you mentioned, Nigeria. I was going to ask, so what are challenges in investing in these areas, in comparing India and Africa? I'm not sure if you left the challenges intentionally or you spoke about them when I was away, but I would love to tap on the challenges that are coming with these opportunities to work in these two areas, India and Africa. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. In terms of just speaking about challenges, I don't think I have touched that. I've just broadly told about it. That's all. So in terms of challenges, what I found is when a person decides to invest in a country, he does his own research initially. For me, India being my own native country, investing there is much easier because we speak the same language, we understand people, how the system works there, and the fear of investment would be less compared to investing in another country. When it comes to Nigeria, I'm not living there. I'm not a native person. I'm not a person who comes at least once a year. That's not the style of work I've done in Nigeria. So there are a lot of, you can say, challenges in front of me in there, but there is a potential market which I found when I invested in Nigeria, an area where people usually, or the country as such, imports a lot of goods in terms from food and lifestyle, in terms to medicinal requirement, health and lifestyle, health issues, sorry, not health issues, health requirements, as such. So, and even to infrastructure, when I was there, China was building, China was heavily investing in Nigeria in infrastructure areas. So what as an investor, what I've looked at, there is an opportunity there. I started as a small investment, not huge, which is why I tied up with a common friend of mine and Justin. He had a good idea. He pitched in and he shared what sort of an investment would it cost, say from the scratch, from company registration to acquiring equipment or machineries for this industry. So as I said, ATD Foods Limited was the company's name. Our plan was to manufacture cooking oil, and we were based out in Oguja, and we bought a land. We created the basic infrastructure, and later on, as I said, my partner had to back off because of his lack of investment. It did definitely pose a very negative impact in me. The reason behind this, as Stanley mentioned earlier, trust is a huge thing, because I'm investing there. Looking at a person, we have all the legal binding documents, and I still own that land. And we have spoke with the respective person or the partner that we are buying off his shares, and we wouldn't be wanting him to be involved in ATD Foods any longer. So at the moment, we own the land, we have a structure there, it's not being used, but we are trying to convert that with support of Justin. And I have spoke with Justin in terms to converting that to a different investment. And I still am hopeful to convert that investment into much fruitful side of things. So the challenges was when people whom we trust as a foreign investor, who wouldn't be there, say, if there was an investment there, I would have traveled at least once a year, but who wouldn't be there naturally for a lengthy time of period of time in Nigeria, that investment always come about in your mind. Okay, that didn't work well. Where and how would I be able to invest any further? I haven't left Nigeria as an investment. I've been working with Justin several other projects. The recent project I worked with him was an additive, fuel additive, manufactured in India, and we are planning to supply it in Nigeria, Ghana, several other places where they use oil, like they use fuel. So there are still areas which I'm looking to explore, to invest and develop the technologies or the knowledge I've received in India, or the technologies which my colleagues or friends or other businesses has been developing in India, and to implement it in Nigeria. That said, there would be definitely challenges in both ends. In India, I have been facing challenges, and in Nigeria, there has been only one investment, and several other opportunity of exploration I've been doing. Communication is one key challenge I've found. So backup communication, not in terms of speaking with people, in terms of following up with the project, and the activeness of key area where people wants to develop themselves into working with me. What I would, as a businessman or an investor, would look into is, if you have a nice idea that can be pitched in, what I would tell everyone is, go for that idea, because rest of the amount or the money would come about with that idea being developed or starts bearing fruit. So yeah, that's what in short I would say. I don't know whether it clarifies what you as a question you have asked.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And I think when it comes to challenges as well, maybe I'll add from what you and I went through in Tanzania.
Okay.
If you let me go ahead with that.
Sure. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so when I came back in here 4 years ago, we tried to do something with the leave barrier.
Yeah.
And politically, that time wasn't right.
No. Yeah, it was. We had a lot of challenges.
Yeah, we had a lot of challenges. And I remember even the person who was helping us with from the medical department, that guy actually ended up in jail for almost a year.
Man, so it's good we didn't go.
Yeah, so another thing to look at as challenge in in investing in other countries, political wind of that country, that area. So at the moment, we have another regime in Tanzania where it's all about investment, investment, investment. So if we have something in mind that we need to explore, maybe we can come up with it now and see if we'll see how it goes, because I know the environment has changed and the new president is all about investment.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
So when government supports investors, especially foreign investors, and show positive signs, that is a very good support or a confidence that boosts an investor in every aspect.
Yeah, sure. You're very right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Time has been well spent, and I want to say thank you so much for all the contributions that you have made and the presentation so far. Just to recap that today we had 4 presentations, and tomorrow will be 3 at the moment. So today we look at small business startup opportunities, and by Victor, e-commerce opportunities, also from Peter, University of Calabar, opportunities in emerging economies from Ubede in Nottingham Trent University, or from Nottingham Trent University. We look at India and African markets opportunities by Anthony. So tomorrow, starting at 11 o'clock, but we will start before 11. We'll start at 10:30 anyway, with introduction of guests and welcoming all of you to the event. And thereafter at 11 to 12, we'll be looking at financing startup sources and management. How from where can you source these finances? From the questions we've asked today, how to finance this, where do you get the money, how do you gather this money to start up? So that could be delivered tomorrow by John. John is an entrepreneur himself. He's a manager of Harris Capital and the founder of it in Abuja, Nigeria. And the second presentation will be basic strategic tools for managing small businesses. And that will be delivered by myself from about 12 to 1. So we're looking at strategic tools on scoring any small business that you have and how to go about it. Try as much as possible to make that really practical. And we'll end with sustainability and green opportunities by Mohammed Mazar. Mohammed Mazar is a sustainability coordinator at Nottingham Business School and Nottingham Trent University. And then we'll conclude this edition of Global Entrepreneurship Workshop that is organized by Global Entrepreneurship Hub in the UK. And just to let you know that we have 2 core responsibilities as a company, graduates and student employability and entrepreneurship as our core focus. And we deliver that to both graduates and corporate organizations. So if, Olivia, you're talking about your country looking at investment. So if you look at training opportunities in what you have listened to and the programs we have, it will be an opportunity to carry us along. We'll be able to provide these trainings to some of the people doing business in Tanzania and any other African or European or American or any continent anywhere in the world, and that can be delivered online. We have expertise in place to do that. So graduate employability is also core in what we do, and very soon we'll be launching our online training courses that anybody can take from anywhere in the world. We're sorting very good experts to design those courses, and they will be online for anybody to take, graduates and non-graduates, entrepreneurs, investors, as they will come. So I will encourage people to look up on our website ghub.co.uk, where these courses will be linked through to where they are hosted. Okay, so that will be all we want to take for today. I want to use this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for participating in today's event, and I do hope I'll be able to see more people tomorrow. If you enjoy this, I will encourage you to bring some people again tomorrow. Share the links with people. All you need to do tomorrow is to click the same link and join at the same time that you joined today. That link serves for both days. If you have any issues, please let us know. You can follow us either as a person. My name is Justin Udia, if you can see it from there, across the social media platforms, or if you are on Facebook, join our Global Entrepreneurship Students and Graduate Hub. We'll be very happy to have Olivia. If you get students from Tanzania, because it's an international company, I like to get students from Tanzania to join us so that we'll have a Tanzania branch of this group. We provide some support systems for our students. I have to meet this person. We provide some kind of bursary support, sometimes $80, $100 for people who take up our challenges. That will maybe help somebody somewhere with the living costs if you're a student or graduate. So I've included the link to that platform in the chat box. If you click on it and join, I'll be very grateful to have you do that for us. So this presentation was recorded, is also available on YouTube and is live on YouTube now. You could watch it much later if you feel okay, or you could recommend people to have a look at today's presentation. So thank you so much. If you want to, you can on your cameras now, and let's say hello before we go. Olivia, can you on your camera? It's been a long time.
Oh my God. Working from home, how it is like.
I know it's the same thing. Everybody is working from home. I'm also working from home.
No, you're working from home like you.
Esther, if you are there, Peter, Anthony, the few that are here, can you see put on your camera? Let's say hello to each other before. It's like having a group picture, but we're not taking any picture. Yeah, I can see Stanley. Anthony is there. Where is Esther? Yeah, Peter is there. Peter was one of our presenters today from University of Calabar. So Peter, thank you for today. For that, I want to see so many Malabites and Malabreses from your department tomorrow, if they can. I understand the challenge of internet might be something to deal with, but I think this will benefit a lot of students as well, and people to partner. Esther, welcome. Esther used to do a business in a place. She was frying things, and the things were actually moving. I was monitoring her. All of a sudden, she abandoned the business. I hope you go back to that business very soon.
I didn't abandon it. I'm still on it.
Yeah, Olivia, nice to see you again.
Thank you.
You're on mute, Olivia.
I was saying I can't even see myself. Hi guys, nice to see you. It's been years.
It has.
Your face looks very smooth. Hello.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Please share the links with other people that might want to join us, and I hope to see you tomorrow. All the best, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah.